Okay, we're live.
Okay, everybody, welcome. I will now call the General Committee meeting to order. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic physical distancing measures, General Committee is continuing to practice physical distancing, and all members of council, executive management, and the city clerk are participating tonight via video conference. The senior leadership team who have reports on tonight's agenda are not visible, but are available to answer questions as always. First item I will run through is the consent agenda. I'll read out the title associated with the staff reports, the recommended motions, and the items for discussion. Members of committee can ask that the item be held for discussion. If the item is not held, it will go forward to City Council for consideration at our next meeting, which will be in 2 weeks because of the Easter holiday next Monday. Following the consent agenda, we have the presentation of the greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan. So with the consent agenda, we have no reports of reference advisory or special committees on tonight's agenda. Staff reports. First staff report is concerning waterfront access and beaches, summary of COVID impacts and addressing growth-related impacts.
Hold.
Held by, sorry, who was that?
I said it verbally. So, yeah.
Okay, Councilor Morales, thank you. With General Committee's permission, let's deal with the parks regulations regarding the use of barbecues and tent structures next, which is the companion staff report. Makes sense to do both of those back to back. So I'll ask if somebody could hold the parks regulations as well. Councilor Morales, thank you. Okay. Next item on the consent agenda is the 2020 budget and business plan year-end report. And if somebody could hold that for me, I'll be moving an amendment on that. Deputy Mayor Ward, thank you. Or actually, I'll have Councillor Aylwin hold that because Deputy Mayor Ward will need to chair. Next item is a project funding request for the Mapleview Water Tower internal repairs. No holds on that item, it is approved. Next item is with regards to the establishment of a council compensation review committee. No holds on that, it is approved. We have the sale of Veterans Lane, Ward 6. No holds, that is approved. Finally, we have an item to execute an agreement, that's the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program Funding Agreement. No holds on that, that is approved on consent. We have a number of items for discussion tonight. The first one was placed by myself with regards to Bill 197. That item's been withdrawn for the time being. The next item is with regards to refreshment vehicles at Eastview Park/Arena, put on by Councillor Rickma. Councillor Morales. Next item is with regards to Audrey Milligan Pond amenities, put on by Councillor Aylwin. Councillor Morales. Next item is held, sorry, not held. The next item was put on also by Councillor Aylwin. It is with regards to investigating lowering speed limits across the City of Barrie by 10 kilometers an hour, held by Councillor Natalie Harris. We have an item regarding a presentation by Living Green Barrie. It's put on by Councillor Kungle. No holds on that, it is approved. We also have an invitation to Monarch Ultra to provide a presentation to City Council, also put on by Councillor Kungle. Okay, that is approved. The next item regarding the Upper York Region Sewage Solutions Project has also been withdrawn. Finally, we have an item regarding recognition of COVID-19 victims. No holds, that is approved. Thank you. That was put on by Councillor Morales. Okay, we do have a number of items that were held. We'll deal with those after the presentation tonight. We have one presentation at General Committee this evening concerning the city's community energy and greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan. Here tonight to present that to us is Adam McMullen, our Manager of Energy Management, one of the few people who have manager twice in 3 words in one title, but it is a very, very important title because energy management, aside from all the cost savings it has delivered, remarkable cost savings over the past few years, it is helping us reach our goals in terms of energy reduction and sustainability as a corporation. Mr. McMullen, the floor is yours. The presentation, and welcome to General Committee. And maybe you could introduce your team.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will be co-presenting with Susan Hall of Lura and Caitlin Roger of Ickley. They are the consulting team, part of the project team that are assisting in development of this plan. So I'm going to start the presentation. I'm going to hand it off. Bear with me. I believe I just share my screen if I'm correct here in order to move forward this presentation. Okay. So can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So the objective
sorry, you're on the multi-screen view. You might want just, that full screen slideshow view.
Full screen.
I mean, we don't mind if you want to show us the notes too.
No, I'm just not sure on how I actually change it to a full screen.
Adam, on the top where it says display settings, just pull that menu down and swap displays at the very top.
Right there. Okay. So I go, sorry. You're sharing screen.
So
here?
You can play your presentation.
Play. Okay. Oh, the benefits of virtually presenting. Okay.
And the display settings, not the Zoom controls, but the PowerPoint controls.
Oh, right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Swap?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Okay.
Perfect.
So everyone can see? Excellent. Okay. So General Committee, it's a pleasure to present today on the community energy and greenhouse gas emission reduction plan that we're working on. Just a quick brief overview of what we're going to discuss. I'm going to provide an update. We're going to present the energy and greenhouse gas emissions baseline that we've helped to develop and the business's plan forecast. We're also going to discuss the plan's vision, principles, and draft strategies that have been developed, and of course, what are the next steps and what are some of the engagements that we've done so far. So most people are aware about climate change and its implications, and I guess the question or the reason why we're doing this plan is because you want to have a plan that allows you to enact strategies to mitigate or reduce your emissions. And the reason for doing that is that you want to reduce the intensity of climate change and the impacts of the climate change in the future. And this slide was lifted from the community or the climate adaptation strategy for the city, and essentially identifies some of the impacts that we'll see locally when it comes to climate change. And there are a number here, but we'll see hotter temperatures, we'll see large precipitation events, we'll see extreme weather. So there's one strong reasoning for developing this plan. It's because the environmental implications of greenhouse gas emissions. I want to pair the previous slide with this slide because there's also an economic consideration. And the big thing to take away from this slide is that in 2018, nearly $600 million in energy, the cost of energy was nearly $600 million for the community. And the great majority of those dollars flow out of the community. So we're seeing now that climate action and climate mitigation is now turning not just from an environmental consideration, but kind of a business consideration and a business decision. Because if you can enact plans and reduce your energy usage and mitigate emissions, then those dollars, instead of leaving the community, they stay in the community. So there's a benefit to doing that. So there's both environmental and obviously economic benefits to planning for climate mitigation and implementing the strategies. I want to quickly discuss the council support so far. So in 2008, the most recent 2018, council approved the capital funding to develop this plan. As part of the strategic priorities for this session, while mitigating and adapting to climate change was added as a priority. And finally, in the fall of 2019, the emergency climate declaration was issued by council to support climate action in the city and the community. So where are we so far, and what have we done, and where are we going? And there's a number of kind of phases for this plan. And the first phase focused on the establishment of the baseline and the business as usual forecast. And essentially what that involves is getting data from various sources, utilities, the city, MPAC, and developing a baseline of the energy and greenhouse gas emissions that are emitted from the community. And so the baseline year is 2018. Once you establish that baseline, then you forecast out to the future, 2030, 40, 50, to see what your energy and your greenhouse gas emissions would look like if you don't take any specific action on climate change and energy efficiency. And I just want to emphasize that this baseline, the forecast, has been developed using recognized protocols. We're using actual data from the utilities and so forth. And the inventory, the forecast, and the subsequent strategies, actions, and targets are based in science. We're using evidence-based and successes that have been realized to develop the strategies. So we're developing a plan that's founded in science, and it's using actual data to identify the best path forward. So after we developed the inventory in the business as planned scenario, we developed we had to actually develop the plan. So there's a vision, there's principles, there's strategies, there's targets, and in order to do that, we established a stakeholder advisory group. And that group is comprised of representatives of different organizations in the city, including council. And we're going to speak to that group in a bit more detail further in the presentation. But that group has met 4 times. They've developed a vision, principles, which the plan follows, and draft strategies, which we are going to review as a touch point with council today or tonight. We still have some more action to do. We have 2 more meetings. We have to define the targets and an implementation framework for the plan. And then, of course, we have to present the plan to council at the end of the fall of 2021. And throughout this process, we've had stakeholder and community engagement, and we had an amazing plan, and then COVID hit and tossed that in the air. So we've had to pivot. And the first major engagement was virtually through an online survey. And that allowed us to kind of get through residents. And we were able to get some priorities and some actions that they were looking for. And of course, we have the stakeholder advisory group, which is another form of engagement. We have a public information center that's planned for the end of April, a virtual one. And then we have key and targeted key stakeholder engagements planned after we get the targets and strategies more refined, so we could speak to stakeholders who haven't been involved at this point. And then, of course, we have a touch point with council as the plan is finalized. So that's a very quick whirlwind of what we've done so far. And now I'm going to hand off the presentation to Caitlin Roger of ICLEI. She's the one who's responsible for establishing the baseline, the inventory, and the forecast. And she'll speak to all the wonderful stuff we've done there. So I'm going to hand it off to Caitlin. And I guess, Caitlin, if you just want to cue me up to change the slides, then I'll operate the keyboard here.
Perfect. Sounds good. Thanks, Adam. So I'm going to take the next couple of slides to go over where energy was consumed in Barrie, the costs associated with energy consumption, and then, of course, the greenhouse gas profile for the year 2018, which is the baseline year that Adam mentioned. So the methodology to create the energy and emissions inventories for the City of Barrie was based on the global best practices and community scale emission protocols. The inventories are compliant with the Partners for Climate Protection program, as well as the requirements for the Municipal Energy program. So the data to put together the inventory, as Adam mentioned, it came from actual data within the City of Barrie. Just to go over a little bit more detail, for the residential, commercial, and institutional buildings, that data was provided by Electra Utilities and by Enbridge. For the institutional sector, the data was sourced from Ontario's broader public sector reporting portal. And for private vehicles, the data was obtained from Kent Group, who provided gasoline and diesel consumption based on fuel sales. So here you're seeing the energy profile for Barrie in 2018. Residents and businesses used 20.4 million gigajoules of energy. So on a make a little more sense of that, that's 132 per person. And it's sort of roughly, I guess, equivalent to other communities across Ontario. The largest sector of energy consumption for Barrie is from private vehicles, and that made up 42% of the total energy consumption. The next largest sector was residential buildings at 32%, Then industrial buildings, 10%, and then commercial and institutional buildings, a smaller portion. So Adam, next slide. And so this graph shows the same sort of subsectors that you saw in the previous slide, but it's I guess the cost associated with energy consumption. Compared with the other slide, you'll see that the cost of gasoline and diesel is relatively higher for the other energy sources. It's moved from 42% of energy consumption, but it makes up 53% of the total cost. For residential, energy consumption was 32%, but you'll see on this slide it only makes up 21%. So it's a smaller piece of the pie. And that's because of there's the relatively low cost of natural gas, which is consumed in larger proportion by residential buildings. There's also a slight shift between the other building sectors, and that's due to sort of the relative proportion of electricity consumption versus natural gas in those buildings. In terms of total energy expenditure, we're looking at nearly $600 million, or about $3,800 per person. So with about 80% of energy dollars consumed, I guess 80% of the energy dollars actually leaves the community. So reducing energy consumption does provide an opportunity to keep sort of those energy dollars that would be going elsewhere within the city of Barrie. So this graph looks similar to the others, but what we're looking at now is the greenhouse gas emissions profile for 2018. It's broken down by subsectors. You'll see it's, the previous slide, some of them are similar that you already saw, except that we're also including now emissions associated with non-energy consuming subsectors as well. So the main emitters are the same, the same culprits you'll see in the other slides. So private vehicles making up the largest proportion, and that's due also, because of the energy consumption, but it's also because of the relative carbon intensity of transportation fuels. So residential and commercial buildings make up the second and third largest sources, and that's due to the carbon intensity of natural gas, as well as the energy consumption associated with those subsectors. Industrial and institutional buildings, however, they're a bit smaller proportion, and that's due to the relatively sort of higher use of electricity over natural gas. So the other sectors that are included here that you wouldn't have seen in the emission or the energy profile would be the decomposition of solid waste and wastewater. Of course, that has methane emissions associated with that decomposition. And there's also fugitive emissions that are a result of the transportation and production of natural gas. Unspecified sources, those are source of emissions that comes from the utilities. They're not sort of associating that with a particular sector. So when we look at here, those sources, however, make up a very small percentage of the overall emissions. So on this graph, you're seeing the same emissions profile for, I think the years are cut off. They're cut off the bottom, but that first bar graph is going to be 2018, and that's going to progress, and then the one on the very right-hand side is 2050. So if you look at the one on the very left-hand side, that's 2018. So we've just shown you those emission profiles in the pie chart before. What you're seeing is that the blue bar represents buildings, so it's by sector rather than broken down by subsector, and then transportation, and then the green is all the other sort of emissions, or all the other subsectors that you saw in the previous graphs kind of put into one, which kind of really does show you the sort of the relative percentage of buildings and transportation in terms of the emissions profile. So what you're seeing as that graph progresses to 2050, you're seeing an increase in emissions. The way that this was modeled is based on population and employment projections for the city. And so what would be the relative, I guess, increase in emissions that would be associated with that? The yellow dots on the graph, so for the one in the middle, that's 2030. Sorry that it's been cut off, but that's 2030. It would be the federal target that was established under the Paris Climate Agreement. It's a 30% reduction. We've applied it here we've applied a 30% reduction here just to show where Barrie would need to go in terms to meet a similar target for the city. And then in the 2050, you see that's a 90% reduction, and the same thing. This is just showing where emissions would need to be reduced to in order to meet those same ambitious targets. And then this graph, it's showing the energy expenditure projections under to 2050. So taking the energy profile for 2018 and then applying the projections and energy cost increases based on the Canada Energy Regulators projections. We've applied those projections to the energy profile for 2018 for Barrie and tried to see what would that be to 2050. So when you're looking at that blue bar, that's the sort of high cost scenario. It shows a 61% increase to 2050. And then the red one is the low cost scenario, and it's at 21% to 2050. So I think this also, it shows that, there are, energy dollars that are being spent in the community, and those are expected to increase both under a high and low scenario. And so it does show a lot of the opportunity to reduce energy consumption and then also keep energy dollars within the community. Thank you.
Susan Hall from Lura is now going to take over and talk about some of the plan framework and some of the other activities we've undertaken. Go ahead, Susan.
Thanks, Adam. Thank you, everyone. I'll try to go through this quickly so we've got some time for your questions. I just want to introduce our plan framework. So not unlike many strategic plans, this is probably very familiar to you. As Adam mentioned, we have a vision, a series of principles that are to guide both the plan development and its implementation. And then we have 4 big moves that have goals associated with them, a series of strategies, and we're working on the implementation piece in our next conversations with our advisory group. And those will identify who is the appropriate lead for strategies, what the timeframes are, and ideally some of the funding sources that are available. Next slide, Adam, please. So Adam mentioned we've been working with our stakeholder advisory group since the beginning of the process, and you can see the groups that are participating on that with us. These are organizations that have expertise and knowledge in energy and climate change and may be able to support some of the implementation going forward. You can see across the bottom that we've got active engagement from staff because there are a number of initiatives that are linked to corporate initiatives as well. And just wanted to say thank you to Councillor Alwyn, who's our council rep on this working group. So he's been involved the whole way through. Next one, Adam. I'm not going to read all of this, but just the vision, as Adam mentioned, the advisory group has identified that the vision should be, we focus on integrated, ambitious, and action-oriented approach. It's grounded by a series of principles that look at the economy, that look at health and well-being, that we have an evidence-based approach that builds on best practices, that we have a pillar on education because education will be key across all of the different strategies, that we're looking at enhancing quality of life. And then of course, there's a piece on partnership because this is a community-wide plan. So there will be activity that is beyond the City of Barrie and needing some partnership there. And I'll just quickly go through the big moves. So we've got 4 of them. As you recall from Caitlin's presentation, buildings were a big piece of the equation, both from energy and emissions. And the advisory group has set a goal of near zero emissions in new and existing buildings. So that would look at retrofits in homes, commercial and institutional sectors, a green development standard for new construction, looking at energy management best practices for industry, exploring district energy in the areas that have high thermal demand. We've integrated rooftop solar and some ground mount solar, and then looking at large renewable energy infrastructure projects as well. Next one. So transportation, this was the highest from an emissions perspective. So again, the goal is near zero emissions from transportation. And it really looks at 2 key things. One is getting people out of personal vehicles. So looking at local transit options, GO train, walking, cycling, biking, and car share programs. And then the second piece is around the adoption of electric vehicles and support for that. Next one, thanks. The third big move relates to waste. So waste is only about 2% of the overall emissions. We're working on aligning this big move with the circular economy strategy that's being developed at the city. And these are really actions that focus on increasing the diversion rate from landfill. So we have a series of suggestions there for our strategies. And last but not least, the natural environment and land use. So this is quite linked to the official plan, looking at livable neighborhoods that support energy efficiency, mixed use, complete communities, and then protection of the natural environment. So that's where higher density mixed use developments can be aligned with your official plan, looking at zero emission neighborhoods, the opportunities to buy local. So there's less travel involved in the products that are available in Barrie, and then carbon sequestration through the natural assets in the community. Next one. So I think Adam touched on many of these in the beginning, but our next steps from an engagement perspective is to continue to work with that stakeholder advisory group to further develop the strategies, to define the implementation planning and the targets. We will be having some targeted stakeholder sessions to make sure we've got the cross-sector representation we need, having a virtual public event in the spring, and then coming back to you with the draft plan with a goal to be back to council in the fall of 2021. And that's it. Whirling tour of this strategy. So happy to address any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, all three of you, for the presentations. Very interesting data, probably confirms some assumptions and gives us some new information too. And the big moves are big indeed. So questions from members of General Committee. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, to staff on this presentation. I noticed that the big part of the big percentage of the pie was vehicles, 50+%. So that actually gets me excited because I personally think that that's one of the easiest points to kind of make an impact, both within our own municipal fleet and our private consumption. Which kind of leads me to this question. We've done great, a good job on the charging stations around town, both private, have nothing to the city, and on our own municipal land. But I know that back in the previous council, we adopted a motion, a staff directive that the council at the time voted to adopt it. They kind of had it set into place regarding having planning staff ask every single planning application, ask to include rough-ins for electric charging in their units as appropriate. I guess my question is how much teeth do we have? How much teeth does your department have? I know planning staff have asked a couple of planning applications, so I do commend them for that. I know a couple of others, there's so many details with an application, maybe they weren't asked. And unfortunately, the provincial government rolled back the requirement for new construction to have the rough-ins. So when I set that into motion, it was asking them nicely and really pushing it. Then, hey, no big deal. It was going to become law. And then the new government actually got rid of that. So I was disappointed in that. But I guess how much can you really push when you're at least getting applications in for the development department? And how much, I guess, do you communicate with other departments? So maybe my first question might be a little bit more to planning. And my second question was wondering, because obviously I know you guys work hard, but unless you guys have the ability to essentially go into these departments and give directives, I'm just wondering if maybe some of these efforts, we could break down the silos a bit and allow you more oversight and more ability to make those calls, to influence departments, at least within the city, to do that.
Mr. McMullen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess I'll have to defer to planning when it comes to the authority to legislate in certain requirements. I do have some understanding, but I would have to defer. And the point about silos is a very important point. Their greenhouse gas mitigation action touches upon so many departments, and we have to ensure that we have we work together to ensure that we have everything captured and we touch on all these points. And I do believe that's important, and the idea of having the infrastructure in place will help the adoption. So the point is well taken. I think future activity when it comes to corporate and community greenhouse gas mitigation action will involve some sort of working groups, and I think that will serve as the mechanism to ensure that there's that cross pollination between the different departments.
Mr. McMullen, before I let planning, I don't know if we have somebody from planning stuff, so my apologies, the question organically came up. Before we go to that one, Mr. McMullen, do you feel like you in your role, do you need more power, more autonomy to influence your change? And again, I know staff are supportive of this. The Save Adam campaign, I remember the numbers or roughly the idea. It was stellar. Like, it worked. It wasn't just a poster that you guys patted yourself on the back. So staff are making the effort internally in the municipality. But do you feel that council or your general managers, just the forces that be, can give you more autonomy and more ability to not just write advisory reports and PowerPoints and, hey, you should do this, but actually almost have better oversight or more direction to other departments? Because, you know, the work that you do a lot of work, but again, I don't want that staying in a staff report, staying on a PowerPoint. I want that to get adopted, whether it be the roads department, the IT department, or every single other, 60 plus services we provide in between.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question. So I have a lot of autonomy and I'm able to do a lot of things in my role. I think you have to develop relationships with the expertise in the city. So I can't have the authority to tell, operations to do something because they're the specialists in that. What I need to do is to make sure I'm integrated with them and have enough collaboration to ensure that they're informed about what we're looking to do and the opportunities that are involved. And from the energy management perspective, it's just the best practice of collaboration, and you steer from the side, and you just have to have that relationships with the different departments. And with climate mitigation, it's a larger scale, so you have to touch different departments. But I think you have to work with departments who have the specialty, because you can't know it all and you can't understand all the intricacies of all the operations. But if you're doing your job right, you'll ensure that they're at least aware of what the best approach is from, say, a climate mitigation perspective. Okay, thank you. And in the future, I think if you ever feel that you need that next step of kind of what I described, I hope we or a future council can hear from you. I almost see your role, Mr. McMullen, as our auditor, as our internal auditor. It is a very important role. You're almost like a climate auditor, if anything, just as important. And I think that autonomy, that direction, that ability to implement change, that office that you have is almost at the same level as our independent auditor. And any way that we can empower you to do your job better, collaborate with departments, and see these things implemented and results, I think all of us can really benefit from it. So I don't see anybody from planning. I can follow up with an email, but
Ms. Banfield's on the call, so I'll ask her to chip in. Ms. Banfield.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Council Morales. Yes, I am here on the call. So there's a couple of things from a planning perspective that I just want to highlight for you. First of all, anytime we get council direction or council endorsement on anything, it really does help us when we have conversations with consultants and property owners and developers. It just has more weight to it, no matter which way you look at it. So, anything from this perspective is super important. We also have our new official plan that's underway that's going to tackle some of these high level energy conservation type matters as well. In our current OP, we do have a provision for an energy conservation report right now for some of our larger development projects. And, that's something that in light of everything that's happening, Mr. McMullen and I can probably talk about offline and how to make sure that we augment that to kind of support what you're hearing this evening. So there's certainly lots of things that from a planning perspective, we can do to further advance any of the strategic goals and priorities that council sets.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. McMullen, and I'll let you redirect as appropriate. So I did see in the PowerPoint presentation reference to the Partners for Climate Protection program around the national study, but I was wondering if City of Barrie, with the work that you're doing, if we're one of the 400 municipalities connected to that work? Yeah, great. I'm seeing a head nod, yes. I'm assuming, I'll let you talk to that if you want to at all, but I did, that's great news if we are. I saw some interesting information about just resources available as a partner around implementation planning and strategizing. So great to know that that is a resource to us. The other question I had was, at this time, I wasn't sure if you could highlight further detail when we talk about green development standards. And I'm really excited that this is a big move opportunity. And we spoke a little bit about this at the Active Transportation Sustainability Committee meeting. But I was wondering about, could you relay if, when we talk about green standards and built form and how that would apply from a development, I'm curious to make sure that, you know, are the standards just applicable to how the built form is developed versus emissions related to the life cycle of operating a building? And so I'd love to see what approach is being taken if it's not encompassed in a green standard, about not just kind of the building and the construction of a new build, but also the lifespan around operating around emissions over time. Can you speak to that at all?
Through you, Your Worship, of course, the green development standards are varied depending upon the city or the jurisdiction, and you can set different requirements within those standards, and some of those requirements can touch upon operational cost and energy and carbon. So you can cultivate those standards into whatever form you wish. And I think you have to look at the best practices, and the emerging thought when it comes to embodied carbon is relatively new. So to capture those in a development standard would be relatively, you know, it'd be a new emerging thing, but it will be coming down, it will be happening, and it will be developed. So when we do develop that green development standard, incorporating something that captures the operational efficiency of a building up front can be done. It's a little bit harder because of the nature of a building operating over 30 years, but there are things that you can ensure are done through construction that help the life cycle of that building emit less carbon and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. And through you, Mayor Lehman, perhaps maybe to Mr. Millar, I've got a financial question, and I'm just wondering about if it's appropriate now or later, recognizing that we actually had a capital funds allocated to this work in the amount of $180,000. And that's getting us through kind of the planning and strategy phase. I didn't recall, but wasn't sure if we had anything forecasted for out years, or will it be waiting for the recommendations to come back and then setting a budget? But my understanding is we don't have anything forecasted to support implementation of these strategies, and that will fall to our budget planning for 2022.
Mr. Miller.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, subject to comment from anyone else on staff, I imagine that would be the objective when we go into the 2022 budget cycle, which will be starting up soon, that Adam and his team would most likely bring forward a budget, but I'll defer to him if he wants to add anything to that.
Through you, Your Worship. So part of the implementation framework will identify certain buckets of strategies and the next step. So it might be, you know, to do a feasibility study for district energy, and that may fall within the jurisdiction of the municipality or the city. And for those actions, we'll have some costs associated with that. And what we can do then is say, okay, here's 12 recommendations. We're going to propose these in the budget process for review and consideration for council. The timing of this may not allow us to do that in 2022 because we likely won't have a finalized number until late fall. And the nature of our budget cycle is, as Mr. Miller mentioned, is that we're starting budgeting soon. So it'll likely be in the subsequent year. But that's likely the process that would take to start the implementation of some of these strategies. But not all the strategies identified in the plan will be housed or funded through the city. Great. And then the last follow-up, Your Worship, back through you to Mr. Millar. Should staff then look at this, or council look at this, what particular reserve, or would there be any reserve that we have that would then be the most appropriate one we would look to for any type of financial support to this in lieu of having any net new dollars committed? I know we're talking later this evening about different reserves, and I was wondering what one would align that we should be aware of when we're talking a bit about available dollars.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, we have been funding studies depending on the nature of the study. For example, we have used the tax rate stabilization to fund some studies. Development charges for growth studies are the reserves to use, but I need to get more information from Adam as he moves through that process as to what would be the most appropriate funding source to use in terms of the nature of the work, but it would most likely be one of the stabilization reserves.
Great, thank you. And then final, maybe more of a comment, but through you, your worship, to maybe Miss James Reed from a communications. So I did note that only 76 individuals, unfortunately, fortunately we've got 76, but saw that as pretty low considering I know the interest around this work. And I was wondering, when we talk a bit about the town hall on April 22nd and then some of the reporting out, are we taking a different approach around communications? I know that was done in 2019 in the fall, pre-COVID. So my awareness is that COVID didn't have an impact on our communications or engagement strategy at that time. But I guess commenting about wanting to support getting this information out and trying to get a lot of stakeholder resident feedback to this where possible, considering some really exciting work ahead, and that's been done. So hoping you could speak to either if there's anything that we should be watching for and supporting as members of council, and or I'll look to you to let us know if there's a broader approach being taken that's different than the 2019 approach.
Ms. James Reed.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungl. Perhaps I would invite Adam McMullen to add some more, because he would probably have more of the specific details, but I will certainly flag it with staff to see what we can do to emphasize the engagement and make sure people are aware of it. But Adam, if you'd like to add something, I would welcome that.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So actually, from what I understand, and this may seem unfortunate, 76 respondents to the survey is actually pretty high from the project team, and they've done many of these plans, and the engagement we've actually seen has been relatively great. And that was in 2020, so I must have misspoke. So that was in the fall of 2020 we did that survey. So from what I understand, that was a positive outcome, and the feedback we got was pretty good. In terms of this PIC, or Public Information Center, that's going to be virtual, we've reached out to a number of different groups in the city that have done public information centers, and I believe it's next week, I have a meeting with communications about the rollout of that particular information center and how to solicit participation. We also have a stakeholder advisory group that's well established now, and their network is large in a sense. So because that is in play, circulating that through that group can drum up some more participation. And from what I understand now, these types of sessions have in some ways better reach, because people can drop into a meeting for 15 minutes at home instead of having to drive into City Hall at dinner time or whatever it may be. So we're definitely meeting with communications. We're going to develop a plan, and we want to get a lot of people out, and we want feedback on this strategies and what we've done so far.
That's great. Thank you. My compliments. Impressive work. Exciting to see the next steps, and yeah, well done.
Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Any other questions of the presenter? Councillor Elwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you for the presentation. It's been a pleasure working with you, Adam, and the team at LURA. And that stakeholder advisor group is full of awesome, knowledgeable people. This presentation is a bit of an emotional roller coaster, I would say. I mean, slide 10 is a little terrifying, seeing our business as usual scenario where we're not even close to meeting those targets from the Paris Accord. And I noticed you didn't have a slide that showed the results of the plan graphed out. Do you plan on presenting that as in the final report to council? I mean, I did feel some hope with the big moves that lifted my spirits a bit, but do you plan to share that with council anytime soon?
Through you, Your Worship. So we haven't finalized the strategies, and we didn't want to overlay what that looked like because it's premature. So I think Councillor Alwyn is referring to, we've identified the strategy and we've mapped out where that gets us to, and it's way different than the business as planned scenario. It doesn't get us to the targets fully. 2030 looks like we're close. 2050, not that close, but it does show some optimism. And I see it through, I see the business as planned scenario as an opportunity. yeah, we're going this way, but we have a huge opportunity to do stuff here and reduce our emissions, become more efficient. And I think when you see a graph going up, that just presents more savings opportunity. I guess it's my energy management brain working here, but that's, for me, it's an opportunity. I think when you start mapping the strategies like we have against the business's plan, we do see significant reductions, in particular electric vehicles and in the building sector. So it's not doom and gloom, and we didn't include that because it was a bit premature, because we haven't kind of finalized with the stakeholder advisory group what those strategies are fully vetted and look like.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and it's going to take an all hands on deck approach, and I think we can do it though. And sorry for, bringing out my millennial existential dread there for a second.
Thanks, Councillor Owen. Any other questions for the presenters? I have a lot, but I'll take them offline. One that I wanted to ask as we are here, and I know the plan has not been presented to council yet, but I'm struck by that 27% number for residential buildings. Adam and team, what would be the single largest benefit in terms of energy retrofits to existing buildings? I recognize that there are going to be many more homes built in Barrie, many more apartment buildings built in Barrie, and over time they can move towards net zero. But you only add 1% to the building stock per year at most, so maybe 2%. So retrofits become the much bigger issue. What's the number one thing that can be done, either homeowners or building owners, that's going to make an impact?
Your worship, so essentially residential homes that use natural gas for heating are the big source of emissions, and there are simple things that can be done to reduce your emissions and cheaply. So you can, programmable thermostats, those types of things. You can ensure that you don't have drafts, you put door sweeps, some of those minor things that will help you get really effective cost savings and energy savings. To get that number down, you have to go away from the light retrofit to the deep retrofit, which essentially is saying we have to look at the building envelope, we have to look at our heating and cooling systems, and we have to say, okay, holistically, what do we need to do in order to get that natural gas use down? And part of it is going to electrification. So when you have a furnace, you go to an electric furnace or a heat pump, or preferably a heat pump. And then in addition, you have to look at the thermal insulation of your house. So those retrofits are much more intense in terms of scale and scope. They're more expensive. And that is the big challenge that municipalities are facing when developing programs and utilities and other levels of government to implement deep retrofits, because it's not just a window, which is relatively simple to say incentivize. It's a holistic number of items that have to be accomplished to get there. And how do you set up a program that is accessible, easy to use, and is economic for the homeowner to achieve?
So thanks for this. And I think at this point, I don't know if you've chatted with Mars lately. I'm on an advisory panel for something called the Municipal Infrastructure Investment Fund, which is looking at bundling these types of retrofits. And I think Megan knows what I'm talking about here. The idea is to use the power of philanthropic capital and, in fact, private sector investment in some cases to capitalize the benefits of these energy savings. I mean, one of the huge bits of potential here is that, the average homeowner won't want to drop $100 grand on a comprehensive package of upgrades. But if somebody came to them and said, you know what, we'll provide all of the upgrades, we're going to take some of the upside benefit and you'll pay for it that way. That's a very, very powerful way of doing things, because you split the savings between the homeowner and whoever's providing the capital. And if it's philanthropic capital, they're not looking to make a profit here. They're looking to do good in the world. So I think there's a real model here where, as we go forward, if we're going from simple retrofits, which you can incentivize with things like the federal programs around furnaces and everything else that's happened over time, if you're going deeper than that and we're talking about bigger dollars and more complex projects, somewhere you need an organization that can put those packages together for the average homeowner and say to them, you know what, we're going to bring down annual energy bill by $1,000. And if we don't, it's on us because we're going to take the risk of that. And we're going to take the first $500 of that, and that's going to pay off our capital towards your retrofits in your home. Those sorts of offers, I think, are very powerful in terms of what you're talking about. And I hope as we go forward, we can engage with some of the groups in Ontario that are trying to do that now, because I think those opportunities didn't even exist a year ago. And weirdly, with the way the economy is going right now, there's money for this, even from pension funds and others who are motivated to try and have community impact with their investment. So that's by way of comment on the presentation, but I really appreciate the data and the good work, and I'm very much looking forward to the plan in the fall. And thank you for the work you continue to do internally, because as I always want to plug, we've been saving a ton of money, not just doing good in terms of reducing the corporation's emissions, we're also saving a ton of money. And if we can do it, we know we can do it for our residents, and our residents can benefit from both of those things. And that becomes the win-win. So thanks for your work, and we'll look forward to seeing you again in the fall. And thanks to your team. Okay, members of General Committee, we'll move on with the items that have been held. The first item that was held, and then we moved up the companion report, so they were both held, is the Waterfront Access and Beaches Summary of COVID Impacts and Growth-Related Impacts. So we'll deal with this one first. Councillor Morales, you held this staff report. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I just wanted to hold it for discussion. I know Councillor McCann wanted to hold it. And out of respect for Councillor McCann and Councillor Jim Harris, the hybrid councillors for this issue that they really stick-handled, I'll let them say their piece. I have a soft concern about the Wilkins Beach recommendation in the staff report. I understand that we are the councillor of the City of Barrie, and we're elected to make the right decisions for the city and do best by our residents. I understand that last summer was very unique about the overcrowding and people from Barrie, but also people from outside Barrie not following stay-at-home orders or stay in your region or social distancing. So I don't blame staff for the recommendation or the report. I'm a little bit hesitant to formally do that. It seems a little exclusionatory, protectionist, and a little bit populist. Moving forward, I think in a post-COVID world, I'm always concerned about, I have no problem making short-term decisions about reacting to COVID, but integrating them into our policy and not thinking of the post-COVID world and then allowing that to sit in there, it's a bit tough for me. A lot of the residents in my ward and in Southeast Barrie weren't Barrie residents 5, 10, 20 years ago. You know, there weren't, some of these families have been around forever. So policies that or that one recommendation that's almost designed to kind of keep it a local treasure, it's a bit tough for me. I understand the other side of keeping a local treasure. Don't get me wrong, for the people who have invested in that neighborhood and in the city. I also respect that. So this was a bit tough for me. I'm not being overly forceful. I also think from a tourism perspective, from recovery after COVID, after vaccine issues have normalized, you know, we say a lot about attracting tourism in normal times and then taking 2 sites off our formal communications, deeming them parks. It's a little bit, in my personal opinion, counterintuitive. Once again, I know why. I respect the staff report. I understand that the councillors dealt with a lot over the summer on that, and I won't hold it against them regardless of how this goes. But protectionist and a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, at least in the long term, might be problematic for me. So that's why I held it. I just wanted to make those comments. I thought this was going to go on consent, but I will yield the floor and let the hybrid councillors of this area do their piece, and anybody else.
Okay, who would like to speak to this? Councillor McCann, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And maybe I could just talk directly with Councilor Morales through you, Mayor Lehman, just on some of his comments, and maybe I can shed some light, and that may shed some light for council as well.
Sure, go ahead.
So Councilor Morales, you kind of covered on that this may be a knee-jerk reaction, that this may be a decision that staff may be making on a populace and not on logic, not on facts. So you're shaking your head. So I mean, if you just let me give me a minute, and I'll kind of process what you said and maybe get clarification, and then maybe get you to answer. You also made comments on that you didn't really think that we needed to go this far to protect that land. So maybe I'll just get you to maybe clarify some of your thoughts, just so I can get a better understanding, and then maybe I could maybe answer some of the impacts that I've seen over the past 6 years.
Mayor Lehman, through you. Thank you, Councillor McCann. Knee-jerk reaction as of a very dire situation that both of you as councillors, the community, the erosion, like the physical land erosion, absolutely, that was a real issue. Not based on facts. Populist policy can still be based on facts. So by no point apologies if it was misapplied, that staff or you or the councillors or anybody involved was just ignoring facts. Facts are there. And I think the fact that the staff report took as long as it did is staff took their time. So I don't think populism, or in my perspective, just maybe not affect the policy. They're not exclusive of evidence-based facts. I think it's tough for me. We want to welcome our neighboring communities. They welcome us when we go to Snow Valley. They welcome us when we go to the Y Marsh. They welcome us in other aspects. We want to welcome them, but we also want to do right by our residents and our land. What I mean by that, erosion, and protecting it for future generations. So just a small point that essentially changes the name of this from park to beach. It's not going to make people forget that it exists who already know, but I think the intent is that in the long term, it kind of keeps it as a local, jewel. So I do see benefit on that. Let me reiterate, I respect the people who have invested in that area in Tollendale for years, decades, or more. And I respect that, or for all Barrie residents. But at the same time, we love our neighbors. We're all Ontarians, and at the same time, kind of almost hiding that. It just, and again, this is a very soft. I don't want to die on this sword. It's just a very soft kind of, maybe not the best, but by no means do I think that any response on this staff report or you guys, the councillors who have to deal with this boots on the ground, are not looking at the data. It's just one of those. I don't want to call it a lose-lose situation, but it's a hard win situation. And I'll respect the decision moving forward, but it's just it's a little bit tough from that perspective. But I don't have the perspective that staff or you guys would have had. So I appreciate you for bringing me in on this back and forth discussion.
Okay, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you, Councillor Morales. I appreciate that clarification. And by no means would I, or I think many residents, not welcome Ward 8 residents, but a lot of the frustration was due to COVID, and last year was an anomaly, and it took everybody by surprise, and staff did, I think staff did a great job. The result wasn't great, but staff did a great job because they're in this anomaly. So I just want to comment on that, and maybe I'll just even take your thoughts and maybe just explore them a bit, Mayor Lehman, if you don't mind. I'll try to be as quick as possible, but there are some residents, because it's one of the highest property tax areas in Barrie, believe that they should have maybe some special consideration, right? And that's not how I feel. I feel that the city as a whole, every beach is accessible. The frustrating part is because a lot of non-Barrie residents were coming to the beach and really not respecting the beach like the local residents. That's the issue that I had, where there was, there was a whole slew of reasons why it was frustrating having these tourists, or if you want to call them guests, to our beach. I get a lot of residents that are looking to privatize Wilkinson's Beach. Well, the Ontario government doesn't allow that to happen. So I just wanted maybe to clarify and just let you know that this beach is open to everybody in Barrie, and by no means is this going to be a private niche beach. It's a boutique beach for sure, up until we pass the bylaw tonight, where it's going to be delisted. So maybe I'll, if you don't mind, Mayor, if I'll ask some clarifying questions from staff in the staff report. I do have an amendment that I'll bring up at the very end, just according to the questions that I have. I did read your report, and I thought that Kevin Bradley did an excellent job, very thorough job. And like Councilor Morales had mentioned, we had many interactions with local residents. I believe that Councilor Morales, your residents, Councilor Jim Harris, your residents, all were touched upon and gotten their opinions right. I can say this is a beach that is shared by all Barrie residents, but mostly by the southeast end of Barrie. And maybe my first question that I have for staff would be on the recommended motion, which I do believe I'm going to support. Question number 5, and maybe I'll just read this, Mayor Lehman, it's a short blurb. That staff and operations, the Development Service Department, with the assistance from Access Barrie, develop and implement a proactive and inclusive communication strategy in 2021 for the specific environmentally protected area. And I believe that's referenced on question 58 in the staff report. And I just maybe have a couple clarifying questions, a little more detail that I would appreciate. And that really is what that looks like. And maybe it's Brent Forsyth, or maybe it's Rebecca St. Reed. Mayor Lehman, I'll let you direct that, please.
Ms. James Reed.
Thank you. If your question is relating to the communication strategy, I'm happy to speak to that, unless you had something specific, because I think the item you referenced in 58 or 57 was more parking related.
Oh, sorry, you're correct. I am going to get to parking, but it also about your communications. I believe it's is it page 30, as question 34, that you talk about some modern communication.
If you had a specific question, I'm happy to
just
address
more
it.
insight on, I guess, sorry, 34B, signage was installed throughout the season last year, but were reviewed, particularly installed in the coming months. Inclusive signage in the languages and other technology options will be explored. I didn't know what other technologies options would be explored meant.
Okay, sure. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann. What that was referencing is we are doing a comprehensive signage strategy of the waterfront. And in fact, myself and another staff member were there on Saturday walking the waterfront. A lot of signs have been come down over the winter. So we're making sure that we're having the waterfront area right across the entire bay ready with proper signage for COVID and pending tonight and Council's ratification of this report. Additional signage that would be going up to make it very clear of the changes. And what that specific thing about technology was referencing is we are exploring options of more multicultural signage. And we're looking to see if there's an option to have like a QR code so someone could scan the signage and then have the information in any language that they're looking for. We do try very hard at our waterfront and parks and beaches, and you'll know when you see the signage. We use icons to describe, you know, no tents and no barbecues and physically distancing. So we try to do that, but that is what that item is referencing in 34B.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And just while we're on the signage, I had the privilege of meeting Kevin Bradley and Mr. Dave Fryery downtown at Wilkinson's Beach, and we were walking through some of the gated area that would be on Wilkinson's Beach. And I just wanted to maybe get some clarification on what type of signage you were thinking along the actual beach shoreline, preventing residents from actually going into the stream, because that's eroding super fast. And I just wanted to get a little more clarification on what you were thinking.
Mayor Lehman, perhaps Mr. Fryery or Mr. Bradley would like to join that, because I wasn't part of that discussion.
Sure. Just looking for, there's Mr. Fryery. Go ahead, Mr. Fryery.
Your Worship and members of committee, what we're hoping for is sort of what we had up there this year, but a little bit more educational, a little bit more proactive. So our hope was to work with the Conservation Authority and have them provide information that's educational, a little bit more you know, to tell people to stay out of the area. It's environmentally protected, and you know, our hope is to, you know, do this in a proactive nature. So we would work with Access Barrie and our sign shop, and we would put up signs similar to what was up this year, but just a couple more along the entire length of the creek.
Through Mayor Lehman, if you don't mind, I appreciate that, Mr. Ferrari, but I appreciate your answer, and I'm just looking for signs that'll be direct and deliberate to stay away, right? And I think that during 2021, that signage needs to be direct and deliberate, and not so much educational, but like do not enter. This is environmentally, Barrie is protecting these lands. So, I mean, I would like to talk with you during the week before Monday of next week, because I feel quite confident that anything aloof is not going to have the impact that I believe that this beach needs. So we can talk offline now, okay, Mr. Ferrari?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, sir. Maybe I'll just stick on number 34, and I believe either Wendy Cook or Tammy Banting would be able to weigh in. Once again, talking about being direct and deliberate, I appreciated last year how we got signs up at record speed. Rebecca James Reed did a fantastic job with her and her team, but I believe that some of the signage was missing, once again, some directness and some deliberateness. And that was that there were many people parking and just accepting a fine. And I believe that if we increased the intensity and put signage concerning tow-away zones, and I did have some discussion today with staff, and I think, is Tammy Banting on the, she is, Miss Banting. Maybe Miss Banting, you sent an email with, well, maybe I'll let you explain yourself in the email, if you don't mind.
Ms. Banting.
Certainly, through your worship to Councillor McCann. The discussions we had earlier today was your request to possibly have some of the posted parking areas also indicate the vehicles will be towed, which frankly is an option for the municipality, but it is not a general practice for us to tow vehicles on the first offense unless they are creating a safety hazard, as an example. Some of the communication we had today related to the inability we have to know in the moment whether or not that vehicle actually belongs to a city resident. And what we are finding in a great number is that many residents are not actually displaying their resident waterfront parking passes. So tickets are issued, and in the case of your example, we would frankly be towing that vehicle, only later to find out that it was actually a Barrie resident that would have normally been able to park there if they had displayed their pass. So the inability to actually know in the moment whether or not that is an actual resident's vehicle really hinders our ability to not tow a resident who in fact could park there.
Go ahead, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And I didn't mean to direct Ms. Banting myself there. Apologize for that.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, sir. Well, Ms. Banting, through you, Mayor Lehman, if you don't mind, Ms. Banting, I just feel that if we're going to have the excitement that we had last year, because we're going to have similar type of restrictions put on by the provincial government, that I do believe we need to be a little bolder. And just because we've got signs that say that we're going to tow your truck away or your vehicle away, doesn't necessarily mean that we have to actually tow your vehicle away. And I would love to have a conversation with you before next Monday, where maybe we could meet in the middle somewhere, where we could have signage that maybe said weekends only. You know, we could maybe for the first week or first month, we could put the maybe temporary or literature on the cars, telling them that they need to provide their Barrie passes or they will be towed. The fact of the matter is that there are two types of people that drive in our streets, and there's the rule followers, which the signs that we had last year, they work perfectly, but unfortunately we have rule breakers. And people that break the rules find ways to do whatever they want and don't have a general respect for, some of the restrictions that city puts out there to benefit the whole city. And I believe that a rule breaker would look at maybe a fine and say, yeah, I'll pay that. I've got a family, or I've got my 10 buddies in my vehicle. Let's just go to the beach and worry about the fine later. But if they know that there's the ability that they're going to come back after the beach and their vehicle is going to be gone, that's going to make everybody think 3 times. And I believe it's going to leave a lot of stress that we have on our beaches. So I'll leave it at that. I feel very strongly about this, but I also feel very strongly that you're the expert. So I'd like to maybe have a further discussion with you maybe on Wednesday/Thursday, where we can maybe hopefully have a happy medium. Okay, Ms. Banting?
Through your worship to Councillor McCann, we can chat at any point. I think there are many considerations, but I'm happy to speak to you offline.
Absolutely. You are the expert, and I'm going to get my information from you. So thank you for that, Ms. Banting. Mayor Lehman, I am going to try to get through this as fast as possible. Number 7, a quick question, if you don't mind, through you, Mayor Lehman, to Rebecca James Reid.
Go ahead.
Ms. James Reid, number 7, you state that Staff and Development Services and Operations Department work with Tourism Barrie, an organization known to list public beaches, to remove any specific reference to Wilkinson's Beach. You and I did talk, I believe, 5 times over the past 6 years about removing Wilkinson's Beach from Tourism Barrie and removing it maybe from the Barrie website. And, I think you and I both came up to the conclusion that most people, they don't go to a website when they're going to beach, they go through Google, right? And I meant to ask you this today, but I forgot. Do we have connections with Google to remove Wilkinson's Beach? So when somebody outside of Barrie Googles beaches in Barrie or beaches in, Simcoe County, that Wilkinson's Beach will be delisted from Google as well?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann. So last July, so July 6, 2020, Wilkins Beach was changed to Wilkins Park on our website. And it was removed from our beaches webpage at barrie.ca. We've also updated it at that time on Discover Barrie. On Google, it's currently known as Wilkins Walk, and that is based on user-generated naming. So my understanding of that is that anyone can go on and change that as they wish. So but it has been changed. We have attempted on numerous occasions to claim ownership of the business listing through Google, but because we don't have a physical address and an actual mailing address to that location, we are really running into some problems with the Google listing. So we are continuing to pursue that, but it is an issue. But I do note that today it is listed as Wilkins Walk. And then the other thing that, pending council's approval of this on the 12th, that we would be pursuing is speaking with our partners at the health unit, because their information is still listed on their website as a public beach. But otherwise, I think we've taken care of what we can control from a city's communications perspective.
Okay, great answer. I appreciate it, Ms. James Reid. I've got 2, maybe 3 quick more questions, Mayor Lehman. I appreciate the leniency here. Number 52, maybe this question is for Mr. Ferrari. We did actually discuss this later today, but I just wanted to publicly address it about, Wilkins will still be able to swim, still be able to bring your water sport crafts like your kayaks and your canoes, leaving from the shoreline.
Your worships, members of committee, yes, you're absolutely right. The beach, as identified, there will be no more sand sort of softscape. It'll be hardscape. It'll be much like the Gables, if you've ever been down there. You can still access the water. We're not limiting the access to the water. What we're trying to do is do erosion control, make it a little bit more naturalized. So we wouldn't eliminate access to the water. We're just trying to control and preserve the waterfront.
And that's great. And just for clarification, for there's many residents that have read the report as well, that you're planning on taking the peak from Wilkins straight down from the walkway. So that whole peak will be closed off for, do you think, how long do you think that'll be until it'll be opened back up to the public?
Your Worship and members of the committee, at least 1 year, it'll be all closed off. What our hope is that, much like the Dollara up at Sunnydale, that we can close it off and it can regenerate, rejuvenate, and naturalize itself. It may be a couple of years, and we will certainly review it annually, but it's going to take at least 1-2 years to at least get to a point where we can even consider reopening it.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Ferrari, through Mayor Lehman. Mayor Lehman, just want to maybe just address that. I wouldn't normally ask all these questions, not on general committee, not to take up as much time as I am, but I do have many residents that this is a very sensitive issue. So that's why I appreciate you giving me some time and discussing these openly. I've got a few more questions, so thank you for that. Enforcement, maybe we can, through you, Mayor Lehman, Tammy Vansing again. Number 34D, you described that enforcement, municipal law enforcement officers will be hired in the summer of 2021 to respond to the anticipated demand. The Park Ambassador program will be reestablished in 2022. If you could maybe just let the general public know a bit about this ambassador program and how that's going to help manage the beaches and specifically Wilkins.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor McCann. The Parks Ambassadors program is designed to have them stationed at all the waterfront parks. Generally speaking, they are on bike patrol, and they are designed to really be the frontline education. They can be in the parks, frankly, more often than a lot of the enforcement officers on a general basis. They have the ability to provide various information to the public, not only about the parks and the regulations, but as a city in general. They do become one of those information centers, if you will, for anyone attending any of our parks or anywhere along the waterfront. And they have the ability to directly communicate with our enforcement staff and call them in if the need arises.
Okay, and is there, through you, Mayor Lehman, through Tammy Vansing, do you have any type of, it is a year away, it's not this season, it's gonna be next season, so maybe I'll hold that question, not to deliver time. I guess the last question I have on this matter, Mayor Lehman, is the top 10 overall actions, I think was very healthy and very happy to understand. And number 6, the waterfront could benefit from the provisions of more restaurants, pub, cafes, and food kiosk options, which I think is absolutely excellent. But, I think it was the last council that I brought up an idea, and I believe the mayor commented on this, not to put you in the spot, Mayor Lehman, but has there been any discussion through staff about having lockers to hold your kayaks, lockers to hold your watercrafts? So, condo, people that maybe have, mobility problems or, taking off and on, that they could maybe rent a locker, or they could somehow store their big watercraft on our beaches with a lock, pay a fee, and then, take them off, close to the waterfront, use them, and then put them back in the locker for the season. Has there been any, I'm not sure who, Mayor Lehman, you would address that, but has there been any discussion?
Mr. Ferrari.
Your Worship and members of council, it's something we can certainly look into. I know that they do that in other municipalities, jurisdictions. It's something that we can certainly investigate. I know they have them for bikes. We had one at City Hall for bicycles, but we would be happy to investigate and report back.
Now, do you need me to put an amendment, or is this something that that you'll do freely?
No, we can certainly look into it.
Okay, so now I appreciate council for letting me address all my questions. This has been a very taxing portion of city council for the mayor and myself, for Councillor Harris, and residents love our outdoors. That's why we live in a place like Barrie, because we love our lifestyle here. It's one of the best lifestyles in Canada. So my amendment, Ms. Cook, if you don't mind, through you, Mayor Lehman, would be about it's concerning fencing. I've discussed this with Kevin Bradley and with Mr. Ferrari, that fencing along Hewitt's Creek and all vulnerable access points continue, and then plus fencing from bridge to pump station where public fires are, where there's public fires.
Okay, so your amendment would be to direct staff to install fencing along Hewitt's Creek sorry, can you just give us those areas again, Councillor?
Fencing along Hewitt's Creek along all vulnerable access points. And Kevin Bradley and Dave Ferrari and I discussed where those areas were. And then also Kevin Bradley and I talked about fencing from the bridge to the pump station, and especially where I believe some youngsters are having some bonfires.
Okay, this would be, did you talk about a funding source? Or is this something that they feel they can do in existing budget?
You know, I did talk about a funding source, about a few things, and they believe that when they report back, they don't know what that source would be. So right now, no funding source.
Okay. Councillor McCann's moving an amendment would be to add a new paragraph with regards to installing fencing along Hewitt's at vulnerable access points and from the bridge. I assume you're talking about the bridge on Big Bay Point Road to the pump station.
No, sorry.
The bridge over the creek. Okay.
Yes.
The bridge over the creek to the pump station. Okay. Okay, on the amendment, Ms. Cook, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. The information that Councillor McCann is asking Mr. Ferrari for concerning the storage along the parks should be an amendment, because he's providing direction to staff to look into something. So I think that should be added as amendment as well.
Do you want a separate amendment or a part 3, a part C?
It can just be a separate paragraph to the motion.
Okay, so tell you what, let's deal with that in a minute, and we'll stay on the one that's on the floor, which is the fencing. On the fencing, Councillor McCann, did you want to speak to that anymore?
No, I don't.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Ward, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Councillor McCann, it wasn't clear. Is this fencing just temporary for the year that the beach is closed, or permanent fencing?
Sorry.
Go ahead. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. You know what? I think that's going to determine on a year-to-year basis. I mean, I believe 1 year would be where we want to put the fencing, but there's some areas it's going to take, I think, a multiple years. So that actually probably is a question better asked for Mr. Ferrari.
Mr. Ferrari.
Your Worship and members of the committee, the fencing that was proposed down along the waterfront would be temporary in nature. The fencing that would be along the creek, we would probably think of that as permanent. It wouldn't be anything fancy, just wooden posts and a couple of planks, just to delineate between the pathway and the creek itself, giving us the opportunity to put up some signage, educational signage, and to let people know that that's sort of an environmentally protected area, and to stay out.
Okay, thank you very much. And that takes care of my next question, was going to be what the fence will look like. And I think it should be aesthetically pleasing, at least the fence that's going to be there permanently. You want something that's going to look good. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Anyone else on the amendment? Okay, Mr. Fryer, whenever we add anything from a capital point of view, we need to fund it. So is this something that your department can do out of existing budget, or do we need to find a source?
Your worship, members of the committee, certainly happy to report back on that. Depending on the length of the fencing, you know, we do have some funds, and we have identified for the waterfront remediation. Some of the fencing is included in part of that as well. It's just depending on how far back we had to go. So during the visit that we had today, we weren't entirely sure the length of what we needed to do. So if it's something that's that we can accommodate within current budgets, we certainly will. But we would be happy to report back if there are any additional costs.
Okay, good enough. On the amendment, any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, this is just on the fencing. I'll call the question. Those in favor of the amendment? Anybody opposed? None, that carries. And then just a separate quick amendment, which would be that staff be requested to report back on the feasibility of the installation of, I guess it's personal watercraft lockers. Councillor McCann, does that capture what you were trying to do?
Yeah, I was. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I was unaware that there were other cities that had these systems. So, yeah, basically personal watercraft. And when it comes back to council, I've got some ideas with the art community that we can integrate it well with the downtown and really make this a something that the whole city can love.
Okay, so that's an amendment. It would be to add a new paragraph for a report back. Councillor Thompson, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to the mover of the amendment. Is this just for Wilkinson Beach or for all beaches, the lockers?
Go ahead, Councillor McCann. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Actually, I would not want it at Wilkinson. I mean, I'll let staff come back with their recommendation, but I would be more thinking about Centennial Beach. I wasn't thinking Wilkinson's at all. I think the beach is a little too boutique, and it's more about the condos that are downtown in Ward 2. It's more about people that maybe live, that don't have a vehicle that could carry a canoe, that maybe have to find transportation through Uber or through a friend, people that maybe aren't strong enough to lift a canoe from their vehicle. I mean, there could be multiple people, but I also think that the messaging and the branding would be excellent. I thought this maybe we'd be the first community to do this. I'm curious to see who else has done this in the world. But it just, I think, I know that this will brand just as an outdoor lifestyle kind of city, right? And that we promote exercise, that we promote good health. And that's why I feel strongly about this. And it's taken me a little bit to act on it, but I thought this would be the great opportunity.
Councillor Thompson.
No further questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Any others on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the amendment? Anybody opposed? None? That carries. Thanks. Councillor McCann, did you have anything else?
Just one more thing, Mayor Lehman. I really want to thank you and council. I know I asked a lot of questions and I appreciate your patience. This was important to me and residents, so I just want to say thank you once again.
Okay, thank you. I will move on with my speakers list. I have next Councillor Jim Harris and then Councillor Gary Harvey.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you, Councillor McCann, for the comments and all the work on the Wilkins Beach. And just obviously, and thank you, Councillor Morales, for getting us kicked off here. I do think that some of the comments related to what we learned last summer, it's important to recognize that some of these issues were emerging. They were starting to emerge in previous years, and recognizing, you know, there's silver linings to some things. COVID showed us what the volumes would be in a much bigger city, which we are soon to be. So it did give us a bit of a glimpse to the future to think, wow, we need to start planning for how much volume we'll have at these beaches. And, you know, in the report, obviously, we clearly recognized Wilkins being distinct. And I'm glad to see that it was moved down to tertiary activity status, because clearly it's different. And for me, Wilkins was not, that was certainly Councillor McCann's challenge to deal with and working with his residents. hand in hand and staff. But for me, it was Manette's Point and Tyndale Beach. And certainly I recognize they are different than Wilkins, and they're different than Centennial. Obviously being tucked in neighborhoods, they have the impact of the spillover parking was really significant to the neighborhood, and lacking infrastructure like sidewalks and things, issues around those parks became important to deal with. So, and I thank council also for helping us unanimously pass motions to deal with this in a very effective manner. And so what I wanted to get to just around, on behalf of those who are watching, who obviously are more connected to Manette's and Tyndale, which aren't really specifically kind of fleshed out in this report, but they are spoken to in the relationship of things that are really important, like the idea of the barbecue ban and the idea of the tent structures being limited to single pole access. But one item that I noticed on, if I can, page, I think it's page 22, which is the Waterfront summary feedback, which again, thank you staff for making this happen in such short order. And there's a top 10 key feedback for summer 2021 on page 22, maybe through you, Mayor Lehman, if it's Mr. Ferrari, Ms. Banfield. One item that's not there, and I know I have some residents who will have noted this, so on behalf of them, I asked you this question. There's a gate, for better or worse, there's a gate on Tyndale, but it doesn't get used. So one of the residents, had asked, and I know they've been commented before, was could this gate be closed? I know there's pros and cons to everything. So I wonder if you could just talk about the thought process of, and that fact there's no recommendation about having a gate that would be closed at either Tyndale or have one installed at Manette's Point. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Ferrari.
Your Worship and members of the committee, I would have to check back historically on the gate. I know at one point we did have, there is a gate there at Tyndale, and it was closed by our road patrol after hours to try and keep people out after hours during dark. Because we didn't want any activity in there, and it was tough to monitor, etc. So could we do the same thing at Manette's? Possibly. It was when we stopped doing it, it was because of lack of resources, lack of people to kind of get around and close those things. So is it something that we can investigate? We certainly can, but monitoring and having the gate closed, it does take resources. So you would have to send somebody down, ensure that nobody was still in the park before you closed it. So it was a resource issue when we stopped doing it, basically.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrari. Maybe follow up, and this may be more so to enforcement, and clearly understand, and being in a position where staff are showing up and people are in the park, and then the question about can you please, leave and all that challenge, and if they're not being a problem, do you want to create a problem? I ask, so that's understood. Just wondering if there's any, in the past, there's been discussion about, are Fridays and Saturdays more of a concern? Could it be limited as it relates to having a gate closed? Is that a possibility? Maybe through you, Mayor Lehman, would that be, I don't know if that's better for Ms. Banting or Ms. McAlpine, just around enforcement in a limited sense as of Friday, Saturday nights, on weekends where things might get a little bit more out of hand.
So I'm not sure if that's Ms. McAlpine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Councillor Harris. I appreciate the question. Certainly in terms of the challenges experienced last summer, the weekends were more predominant other than holidays that fell midweek. Those were typically when there were larger challenges with some of the experiences. In terms of a gate being closed or open, I think some of it will really be a general communications issue, and whether in terms of whether or not council wants to enact further restrictions that are weekends only or statutory holidays only, which can be a bit confusing for people to track, and that's the concern. And often with gates or things that involve overnight, it can be, when does it start and stop on the Friday night or the Monday morning? Those are things that often create challenges for the public. And just to add to Ms. Banting's comments about towing and some of the comments, about 27% of the tickets that were addressed last year were for residents who had neglected to put a pass on their vehicles. So that's a significant portion, and about a 16% increase over previous years. So our own residents not using their parking passes would make the gate issue and checking whether or not people have their passes could present challenges with the gate, but it can be explored further.
Thank you, Ms. McAlpine. Maybe just one more further comment, Mayor Lehman, or one question. Certainly we always prefer being proactive, but I also don't want to, create a restriction when one really doesn't need to be put in place. So I'm kind of sitting on the fence a little bit, Mayor Lehman, on this one. I'm thinking that especially last summer, we learned some things, and we did, I think, we did a good job of responding as a council. So I'm wondering maybe as far as process, Mayor Lehman, if this is something that I could maybe hold, and as we learn this summer, and it might be really challenging midsummer, maybe that's a question for staff, is this something you would hold as if it emerges, we can activate something, or should we plan to activate something now? And maybe I don't know if that's Ms. McAlpine. Thank you.
Ms. McAlpine.
Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor Harris. I think there's still some opportunity before the summer. One of the things that I would note is last summer we focused through some challenges we were experiencing ourselves on park ambassadors. This summer, as Ms. Banting has highlighted, we will have staff who act as park ambassadors, but also have the ability, as they will be enforcement officers, to pivot, the favored word of last year, to other duties and to actually address ticketing if necessary. So I think we have some greater opportunity than we did last year, and flexibility with the staffing. In terms of the gate, that's probably something that we'll want to watch with the restrictions that are in place here and in other areas, because I think that drove some of the volume that we saw. So there are opportunities, of course, if the mayor felt it was appropriate to address something through an emergency order as well. So that may give an opportunity later on. But I think before council considers this on the 12th, we could certainly have a further discussion on that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McAlpine, and thank you for the latitude, Mayor Lehman, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Harvey, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll first just start off with my comments about the staff report, and then I just want to highlight one point in regards to the Google search pieces that have come up. But I think it's important that we do protect our beaches for our residents, because unfortunately, all too often I hear that, especially last year, for instance, where people were getting very dismayed and annoyed that they couldn't even get to our own beaches because it was just jam-packed, suspectingly with a lot of out-of-towners, and it doesn't seem that the $50 parking fee really did much to curb that, as I am aware that even Barrie Tourism was fielding some calls because people were wondering where they could park for free, and they weren't too concerned about how far away it was, as long as they had the opportunity to drop off their family and go park somewhere else, and even if they had to walk a kilometer or so to get back to the beach. I'm very supportive of the staff direction on this. I don't think that any of this is of a populist type of direction. It's quite evident that this beach is suffering some significant erosion, and we need to repair this sooner than later. Both of our conservation authorities in our within our 2 watersheds have been spending enormous amount of time and funds in doing exactly this type of work, and I'm happy to see that staff are recommending that we take care of this sooner than later. And I know it's been brought up that beaches are a tourist driver, but the reality of it is they don't drive tourism. Most of the beachgoers are literally coming with their own coolers. Most are spending little to no funds within the city. And there's a few reasons for that. When you get down to the beach, other than the one kiosk, especially at Centennial, there's no other food options within close proximity. And until we look at other strategies to provide other food sources and options, it's going to remain that way, whether it's through having booths that we rent out to local restaurants that might be up on Dunlop Street, because I don't think a lot of beachgoers are necessarily putting their stuff in the car and walking into our downtown and spending a lot of money, having dinner or lunch or whatever the case may be. Whereas when you've got it in close proximity to where the beach is, making it very convenient, that potentially increases the change and driving tourism into back into our economy. And again, like I know there's another agenda item on the council tonight in regards to a food truck. Again, food allowing, let's say, 1 or 2 food trucks in the parking lots along the waterfront is another potential driver, especially when then you have some control over the types of food, because obviously you wouldn't want 2 types of food being too close to one another. But when it comes to the Google piece of it, I did spend an extensive amount of time, and I would like to thank the executive director of Barrie Tourism, Kathleen Trainer, for spending a couple hours with me over the weekend to get me up to speed with what's going on from a Barrie tourism perspective, especially with this item coming on. And just within the past 2 weeks, they've contracted the services of Miles Partnership, which is apparently one of the North America's leading tourism and travel marketing strategists, who are going to assist Tourism Barrie in trying to direct the Google searches that are going to occur, because Ms. James Reed was right. When there's no physical address to a location, it is extremely difficult to control how those Google searches come up. So through various strategies, this company will be working very closely with Ms. Schlichter and Ms. James Reed to hopefully solve that issue for us moving forward. A few other things that strategy-wise that they're going to be implementing that will help drive some tourism is through the use of geofencing. You can then strategically control an area and then roll out advertising for the businesses that are in that area that will then hopefully then drive the beachgoers to those local area businesses, which is not what we're seeing right now. And then there's also going to be an implementation of a new app that they're going to be launching called Bandwango, which again is a similar thing where through Bandwango, they will then push out push notifications with various offers to the businesses in the area, which will then help drive tourism dollars into our economy, which unfortunately we're not seeing from almost all beachgoers because everybody's showing up with coolers. Outside of that, those are my comments, but I am very supportive and really do like the direction staff's taking with this.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. And thanks for the update for on the tourism planning. Are there other comments on the staff report on the motion that's on the floor as amended? Okay, seeing none, just a couple of quick thoughts from me. I mean, last year we talked about Wilkins Beach a lot for good reason. It was never meant to be a public beach, and I think staff are recognizing it with the actions being taken tonight. It's a beautiful natural area of our city. It's seen a lot of traffic from residents, and then last summer an extreme amount of traffic from non-residents, and it was simply not designed for that. So aside from the fact that that's not sustainable in terms of the impact on the natural environment, we had all the predictable problems associated with people using a sandy spit at the end of a creek as a public beach, which was never designed for it. So I too was glad to see this come forward. I think it's appropriate. I think we probably will have some enforcement challenges in there. I don't envy the parks ambassadors and bylaw for the things that they may need to respond to. But I agree with the comments around communication in the form of the signs when people arrive. It's actually going to be really important because we need to be clear that it's a no-go zone on the beach for 2021 and what the rules are in the area. So this is just the Wilkins or the waterfront access and the beaches piece, which really relates mostly to the broader process, which is something that we didn't talk about tonight with regards to other than Wilkins. And that is some of the work that the planning department is going to do to address that issue that Deputy Mayor Ward reminded us of, or maybe it was Councillor Harris, that we got a bit of a view as to what a bigger city will look like in terms of the impact on some of these areas. And I guess I'll just close my hope is that the situation with restrictions by July and August is not such that there are the kind of imbalanced restrictions between the GTA and our area that resulted in some of the pressure. Hopefully by then, restrictions will be at a lower level everywhere, but we don't know that, and best to plan for it. And as soon as we get our first hot weekend, we will start to see our first visitors. So it's a good thing we're doing this now at the end of March. And with that, I'll call the question on the motion as amended. All those in favor of the motion as amended? Any opposed? None. That carries. Okay, now on to the second report about the beaches. This was held by, might have been Councillor Morales as well. Yep. This is with regards to the new regulations regarding the use of barbecues and tent structures and to amend the current parks use bylaw. Councillor Morales, would you care to put that on the floor and make any remarks?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'll put it on the floor as printed, and I've got an amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. If my video goes out, I'm just pulling up the thing on my iPad here. Give me 1 second. So the amendment essentially, I'll work on the wording on the fly, but the amendment is to proceed with the report by staff, but essentially for the ban on barbecues to only apply to essentially the waterfront, and I can work with city staff on the wording. The spirit of my amendment is essentially Centennial Beach, Heritage Park, anything that's really Minette's Point, anything that's really touching water. But the spirit of my amendment is to exclude, Pringle Park, or to exclude Catherine Park, those kind of parks that are more of a suburban park nature. And I can speak to that amendment.
Okay, so we do have a planned amendment coming, and I'll just suggest to you the wording could mirror it. So the amendment coming, I think, is similar for tents and sunshades, and it would add the following wording to paragraph 1. So I'll just do this for the barbecues. Councillor Morales, your amendment would say, add the following wording to paragraph 1. As amended to reflect that the prohibition of barbecues applies only to waterfront parks.
Correct. That is my intent.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, COVID was a year. I appreciate our staff and everyone else for reacting as we went. I don't think the intent is to stop a family who's had a long week from just taking a very portable barbecue and maybe just kind of grilling up some burgers and watching their kids play in the local park. I don't think that's the intent. Again, policy can sometimes be well-intended, and I think we're just refining it with this amendment and maybe others that might come forward. I obviously realize that tents on the waterfront were problematic for multiple reasons, but you know, I will still personally will be voting in favor of the staff report, but I think this amendment gets the message across to our residents that we're not trying to keep them at home in the suburban parks. And by that, I mean any park that isn't included for a water beach reason. So I think that's the delicate balance.
Okay, thank you. So there's an amendment on the floor to make the ban on barbecues waterfront parks only. Councillor Riepma on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very much supportive of that proposal. We have lots of parks in Ward 1 as well, where people do on weekends bring their little barbecue and do some barbecuing and then take it all home again. And there's no reason why we should try to prevent that at this point. I do think that it's the waterfront parks where the problem was last year in terms of barbecues and also in terms of the tent structures. So I don't see any really good reason to limit that in the other parks, and I'm supportive of this amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Riepma. Councillor Kungal.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff. This could hit either Ms. McAlpine or Ms. Banting if she's on the line. Just for those watching from Ward 3, would Little Lake be considered waterfront?
Great question. Ms. McAlpine, all-knowing master of definitions and legislation, please inform us.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Councillor Kungal. My recall of the wording, and I'll let Tammy Banting, Ms. Banting speak to it specifically, is that it references water adjacent. So Ms. Banting may be able to speak to the more specific wording, but it isn't specified by the body of water, but the fact that it is water adjacent, beach adjacent. Ms. Banting, did you have the specifics?
Sure. Through you, Your Worship, to members of committee and Ms. McAlpine to further her comment. Any property or open space, environmentally protected, or something that's defined as a park that is abutting or adjacent to waterfront or any water course would be considered a waterfront park. So Little Lake, to answer your question, yes, that would be considered to be a waterfront park.
Thank you for that. So this is going to be interesting around how this is applied to residents from a bylaw enforcement at Little Lake.
You want to do a friendly, Councillor Kungal?
Could we start with a friendly and maybe perhaps if I could, Your Worship, redirect to Ms. Banting and Ms. McAlpine around considering the uniqueness of Little Lake around it falling under the definition of a waterfront park, but around the makeup of it, and that would you have concerns about this being included or excluded? Like my initial look at this would be to, yeah, I guess I'm going to look at your advice around where you would recommend this perhaps fall within the amendment or not.
Ms. McAlpine. Nope, you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Councillor Kungal. We would require an amendment to the bylaw to define Little Lake differently, but that can be accomplished within the bylaw. We would need to create a specific definition as it relates to Little Lake to have it treated separately from the parks or open spaces or beaches that abut Kempenfelt Bay.
Okay, yes, thank you. I'd like to hear from residents about this at this time. My impression is because we don't really have a lot of waterfront access or beach access other than potentially canoeing, kayaking. I would take it away as being informed that and leaving Little Lake as with the amendment around being prohibited for tents and sunshades, because I'm not seeing it as applying at this time around waterfront access. But wondering if you'd also have a best recommendation on next steps if there's feedback from residents that have concerns about this. I would just retable it, but doesn't mean I can retable it 6 months from now.
Ms. Cook.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungal, you could retable removing Little Lake from the waterfront at any time. It wouldn't have to wait for 6 months.
Okay. Thank you for the information. I think I'll leave Little Lake then, as it's classified as waterfront within the amendment. And then I'll look to see how this falls with residents, but considering we're not really on a waterfront activity, I don't believe it's going to be a real issue.
Okay, fair enough. The amendment's on the floor then. Any further? Oh, sorry, I did have you, Councillor Thompson. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Ms. Banting. You said in the report some of the concern is the way people leave the mess behind with the hot coals and stuff. Do we have a problem with our local parks, or was it just at the waterfront? And maybe another question, you can answer both. We ask residents to buy a burn permit for a chimenea. I thought I'd go through a whole term without talking about chimeneas. But, you know, maybe because there is a concern, is that maybe something, like, I'll be honest, I'm out and about a lot. I see very few people barbecuing in our local parks. Maybe Councillor Reitman's seeing it up in the college area, but I don't see it in our neighborhood. And as Sergio mentioned, Pringle Park, I've never seen anybody barbecuing. And I know what you're going to say, Sergio, so don't come to your mic. I know, but it's, yeah, I was just wondering, I just think it's, we ask our residents, you know, for costs that are associated to fire and stuff like that, that if they were ever smoking somebody out and we had to send services there, maybe a permit or something could be added.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Thompson. To answer your two questions, first off, the inland parks don't have the volume of people attending. So the issues with the hot coals definitely do happen in most of our inland parks. It's just not the same volume as you would see along the waterfront. But there's definitely been issues with the hot coals being thrown in the city garbage cans. They've been left on the grass. There has been many issues that way. Or they frankly dig holes and start to bury them in the parks. Waterfront, however, does have a bigger volume of people. Therefore, it's exaggerated in those areas. The use of propane or liquid fuel in barbecues, I do want to mention, has always been, by way of policy, not by law, restricted from any of our municipal properties because there is no guarantee that those units being used are inspected to ensure there's no leaks, there's no chance of fire or explosion. In the past, the coals have been permitted to use briquettes or charcoal barbecues. But now we're getting these other issues that go along with it. And it has been happening for many years. 2020 definitely enhanced some of those issues, but it's been in place for many years and been a concern for many years.
Thank you. Just a follow up, maybe just a comment. For that reason, I will not support the amendment I will support the one for sunshades and stuff, but just the thought of burning coals that, you know, fires, we have dry summers now and we've seen what fires can do. So I will not be supporting.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thompson. Deputy Mayor Ward, go ahead.
Thank you. And Ms. Banting touched on something I was going to ask about. I'm still not clear on this, is that as it stands now, gas barbecues are banned everywhere in the city and coal or charcoal burning barbecues are allowed everywhere. The proposal from staff was to ban charcoal burning barbecues everywhere in the city. Does this amendment suggest that people would be allowed to use gas barbecues elsewhere, or is it just going to allow charcoal elsewhere? I'm not sure if that's for the mover of the motion. I guess it is. What's the intent of this?
Councillor Morales.
The intent, thank you, Mayor Lehman. The intent, Deputy Mayor Ward, is to allow people to barbecue with charcoal, but with further reflection, if we can get some refining from staff about gas tanks. My gut feeling, so I will pass it over to Ms. Banting. My intent is not that a family lugs a propane tank or some sort of external tank. I think keeping a ban on that, or if we even banned it before, I think it is prudent, as Councillor Kungl and spoke earlier and Ms. Cook clarified. I would intend to ban propane tanks. Let's let charcoal be allowed. Let's see how it's adopted, and if we want to allow tanks later, we do. And if it becomes problematic at that point and we want to ban them again, then we can. But Ms. Banting, through Mayor Lehman, could you provide clarity about, I guess, your thoughts on allowing propane tanks? Wow, even just saying it out loud makes me feel my personal opinion on that at city parks.
Ms. Banting.
Through you, Your Worship, it would not be a recommendation of ours. Our proposal or the information coming forward in the report is to ban all forms of barbecues, with the exception of those city locations that will be installed along certain waterfronts as time permits. Because of the inspection piece, normally for any events or large permitted events that we have throughout the municipality, if they are bringing barbecues in, we require them to give us TSSA inspections and ensure that the units are safely operated. So it wouldn't necessarily be my recommendation to put that forward as far as the use of any liquid fuel, propane included.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Banting. So, Deputy Mayor, I'll give you a more clear answer. My intent is only to allow charcoal in our suburban parks. A ban on anything propane related, from my amendment, would still be enacted. And I hope the fire chief wasn't watching that I considered allowing the tanks in our suburban parks, because even just asking the question, that's way too problematic.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow-up to Ms. Banting. I don't think the report talked about what other municipalities do, and I'm not familiar with what they are. Are comparable municipalities, do they allow barbecuing in parks or not?
Ms. Banting.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Council Deputy Mayor Ward. There are several municipalities that do. A lot of them, and Ms. Banfield can comment more, as some of that research was done through her unit. But a lot of municipalities have them set up similar to what our municipality is proposing, where they have specific areas designed for the use of barbecues. It's not random setups that the individual chooses. That way there's controlled disposal for the hot coals. There's controlled areas of use. So a lot of municipalities seem to be going that way. But if I am missing anything, by all means, Mr. Ferrari or Ms. Banfield's unit can step in.
Your Worship and members committee, as the staff report states, other municipalities, Oro-Medonte, Innisfil, Brock, Kawartha Lakes, they also don't allow charcoal or any other barbecues in their parks. Our biggest problem is the disposal of coal. Sorry. Even if we did allow them in inland parks as indicated, we would have no way of disposing of the coal. So without the expansion of the program, there'd be no way of getting rid of, hot coals. Problem is, people will usually throw them into our in-ground receptacles, which are extremely expensive. and you get them melting, causing fires, etc. So the last thing we want to do is put anybody or any city infrastructure at danger. As the staff report indicates, we are phase 1, phase 2. So Centennial, Waterfront, phase 1, Tyndale, phase 2. If we determine that there is need in those inland parks for additional receptacles, we can certainly look at that. Staff did prioritize based on where we found the most hot coals on the ground or in garbage cans. So most of the time we found coals and damage in around Centennial. Tyndale was also identified as a place where there was a lot of barbecues. If there is a need in other areas, we can certainly expand the program, but at this point, we've just mainly found those 2 parks.
Sorry, so I'm just going to jump on that one. Mr. Ferrari, have we had fires or other incidents with hot coals in inland parks that you're aware of, and which ones?
Off the top of my head, Mayor Lehman, I don't recall any. The chief can chime in. I know we had one at Heritage Park. I think it was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
We had a grass fire in there. But I met with Councillor McCann today. One of the residents was claiming that there are, bonfires and barbecues, even in the back bush in around Wilkins Park. So, there are other areas, but certainly we would be happy to investigate, further opportunities based on requirements and requests.
Yeah, okay. And I mean, just to be clear, my question was specifically about the barbecues. I mean, kids lighting bonfires in Lackey's Bush, Sunnydale, Ardagh Bluffs, it unfortunately does happen. And it does represent a danger. We had quite a severe fire near Bear Creek 2 summers ago that was started that way in the bush off Town Line Road. But this specifically, the use of charcoal barbecues, as I understood it, was limited to the waterfront in terms of where we'd really seen problems. Maybe there'd been 1 or 2 incidents over the years in inland parks, but just so that council has good information about where we're seeing that safety concern. Deputy Mayor Ward, you still have the floor.
No, that's a tough one. I guess maybe I'm leaning towards letting it go for a year and seeing if there's any problems, and then maybe next year we can revisit it if there have been problems. We're allowing the barbecues now and there haven't been major problems. So I'm waiting to see if there's problems in next year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCann on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just to refresh here, so we're looking for removal of all barbecues and tents at all waterfront properties, with the exception of Tyndale Beach and Centennial Beach, where we're going to have the sample permanent community use barbecues, correct?
Nope, we're on an amendment from Councillor Morales. Staff had proposed to ban charcoal barbecues in all 134 or so city parks. Councillor Morales' amendment would limit the ban to waterfront parks and allow people to still use a charcoal grill at, say, Sunnydale Park or a neighborhood park. That's the amendment.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, just a different way. but we're
well,
also
no, we're not on the tent. Just to be clear, we're not on the tents because that's a separate amendment that's coming. Yeah.
Okay, and then but also there's going to be 2 parks that do have barbecues at staff designated areas, which is going to be Tyndale Beach and it's going to be Centennial, correct?
Yeah, that's in the staff report. So that's on the original motion. We're on the amendment just to allow it in the other parks.
I'm just trying to get the whole picture. Okay, and maybe just a comment on Mr. Ferrari about the removal of the coal. I'm looking at your Appendix B, and I'm looking at your hot coals here. Your red, through you, Mayor Lehman, your red picture of the wood or the barbecue. Would you have to replace that on a weekend basis, or would that be something you'd replace once a season? Through you, Mayor Lehman, please.
Your Worship, members of the committee, this is strictly done by staff. So we're not asking the general public to put their hot coals in there. So if you look in Appendix B, the picture of the barbecue, so staff would, the bottom of the barbecue would be sealed. Staff would go in, they would remove any hot coals, throw them into the hot coal container. There's no expectation for the public to even use that. This is just something that we would have for staff to kind of empty and use in those areas.
Okay, thank you very much for the information. I will be supportive of Councilor Morales' amendment. I think encouraging families and friends to go to the park and enjoying a barbecue is a good old Canadian pastime. So I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor McCann. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Councilor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just trying to get a little bit of clarity here because it seems quite clear. Obviously, there's more of a fire hazard concern with a charcoal barbecue than what there would be a small portable propane barbecue. So I'm just trying to understand what the rationale behind banning the propane tanks years ago, especially when I go on the Ontario Parks website. Even when there's a fire ban in place, they allow small propane to be used for cooking and such forth, whereas the charcoal is banned during fire bans. So I don't know, it just doesn't make much sense to me. So I'm just trying to understand the rationale that would have been used when this was implemented.
Fair question. Ms. Banting.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Harvey. The parks policy, it technically is not in a bylaw right now, but the parks policy that prohibited the use of propane or liquid fuels at the time, and as I said, it's been in place for many years, a decade at least, at the time was thought more of an explosive type nature because the hosing system, the valve system is not inspected, and the liability of something taking place, whether it just be a fire, as an example, through the lines for any type of leaks, or the ultimate problem where something happens to explode. That was the thought of the day. That was the policy that remained in place, which is why it was brought forward the way it is now, to maintain that prohibition.
If I could have a follow-up, Your Worship? Yeah, just again for Ms. Banting, or I don't know if the fire chief might be able to answer this, but I'm just curious, over that 15-year period or prior, was there any issues, or are we aware of any other municipalities that have had issues? Because myself, I've never heard of a small barbecue exploding as the concern is being reiterated here.
Ms. Banting, are you aware of an actual problem?
Through you, Your Worship, to be honest, I can't think of one off the top of my head. I do know that there have been, and the Chief Main Prize will likely be better to answer that and likely have more information than myself. But I know that there have been in other municipalities, in general conversation with them, where fires have taken place on the barbecue. Not a full explosion, but fires have taken place where the lines leaked to a certain extent. Do I recall one at our specific waterfront or in one of our inland parks? I don't recall one in immediate years. Maybe many years ago, but off the top of my head, I can't recall one.
Okay, Mr. Priory, anything you want to add on this one?
Your Worship and members of the committee. So the very small barbecues, they'll use almost the little, like a welding, tank, the very small ones. The problem that we run into is we have trash compactors that run through the parks. People often dispose of those empty containers because there's no court charge on them or anything. They're empty. What do you do with them? You throw them in the trash. So, now we have a partially filled, partially empty, propane container. You throw that into the garbage. We load it into a trash compactor. If for some reason it gets compressed, there's always a hazard to staff. So, You know, that's one of the concerns that we've had in the past.
Thanks for that. Councillor Harvey?
I'll leave it at there. It sounds like we could get into a long debate back and forth about which is better or which is worse. So I'll leave it at that, Your Worship.
Yeah, fair point. I mean, with the provincial park system, obviously this is what everybody uses, so it's sort of counterintuitive. But then the provincial park system has systems for disposal of your propane in the parks and those sorts of things. And I would like to suggest we bring this amendment to a vote. I know there's another one coming on this item, and we do have 4 more held items tonight. A number of them do have amendments. So if there's nothing further, anyone else who wishes to speak to this issue? It is the amendment is specifically to allow charcoal barbecues in inland parks. Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. And opposed? Okay, that does carry. Okay, and a very similar companion amendment, I believe Councillor Natalie Harris, you've got that. Same thing about tents. Do you want to move that?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Lehman. My amendment, I'll just read it word for word here, is, I guess there's a few of them on this list. To add the following wording to paragraph 1 as amended to reflect that the prohibition of tents or sunshades applies only to waterfront parks. And I'll quickly speak to that if you'd like.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you. The waterfront concern that I'm aware of and through the staff report is safety. So obstructing a line of view a lot of times from watching family members swimming and making sure that they're safe seems to be the main problem, but I'm not sure. I think that the sunshades and the bigger tents are great for sun protection and when we're not near the beach. So that's why my amendment's there. And I'd also have spoken to Councillor Kungl, and I would be fine with making it friendly that doesn't include Little Lake. Again, because that's such an exception to our beaches.
Okay, so the amendment on the floor is to add the following additional wording to paragraph 1 as amended to reflect that the prohibition of tents or sunshades applies only to waterfront parks, excluding Little Lake. And we'll just leave it like that since it is both waterfront and not waterfront. Okay, so that's the amendment that's on the floor. Who would like to speak to this one? Any further? Oh, all right. I will just say I'm really in favor of this. We did hear from a number of people, and I know council's aware of this, but just for the public watching that, if you're going to your kid's soccer game or baseball game, or if you have a pickup sports game, or even if you just want to spend some time in a neighborhood park, the intention here was not to ban the sunshades that every soccer family brings along to the game in the hot parts of the year or the tournaments. I think this was overreaching a little bit. I think the intent was to have something consistent across the parks, but really the only issue here is the waterfront parks and specifically the beaches. So I'm certainly going to support this amendment as well. And with that, I will call the question. Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. That one's unanimous, including myself. Thanks, Councillor Harris. Okay, as amended, we have the motion on the floor with the 2 amendments that have been passed. Any further discussion of this item? Councillor Harvey.
Just a quick point of clarification, as I didn't see it in the staff report. When it comes to something as small as, let's say, a small little dome tent that's designed to shade a baby, how would that fit into this? Or is that something that's going to be turned a blind eye to? Because obviously that potentially comes down to a safety issue there.
Yeah, legit question. I think, the devil is often in the details with bylaw definitions, and I believe the definition here is if it's got more than 1 pole and it's in a waterfront park, it is going to be against the bylaw, and that could include even a baby sunshade. So, Ms. Banting, do you want to provide some clarification on that?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Harvey. You are correct in the proposed wording. As with any regulation, however, there is also the implementation and the applicable portion of the regulation. A little 2x2 dome tent that covers a baby would not actually violate the overall intent, which is clear visibility to the water to ensure that everyone else around you has clear visibility. That little 2x2 dome that is covering the young child would not violate the intent of the regulation.
Just a quick follow-up.
Sure.
Yeah, I get the intent, but I was just wondering, in your professional opinion, should we move a motion to clarify that? Or are you confident in the way that it's currently worded, that it won't cause any confusion for you and your staff down the road, along with any parents that may be involved in a situation of this sort?
Ms. Banting.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Harvey. I wouldn't necessarily recommend any specific clarification in the regulation that's proposed, only because you could arguably put in probably 50 clarifying points. They would go along with every design of a tent or some sort of shade structure that may be developed over the years. With all legislation, you have to look at the overriding intent and gear your enforcement applicably. I think the wording is fine. It allows for the visibility, as I said, to the water, to other areas within the park. So I think the clarity is already there in the overall intent.
Great, thank you. We'll leave well enough alone then.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Morales.
Quick question, Ms. Banting, would you benefit from council doing an amendment that would say, I get the whole spirit of the tent and the intent, but the kind of person that I feel like might still do it anyways, and they get into a back and forth with the bylaw officer, they're going to try to do that whole, well, it's not that big, well, it's single occupancy, well, it's intended for my child, like, you know what I mean? It's the intent is sunshade. Would you benefit, would your department benefit from council moving an amendment right now that says final judgment, final decision rests with the attending officer at the time, just in case somebody tries to just, because obviously bylaw officers, they have a tough job, and the kind of person that's going to get into a back and forth on this may just walk away or pack it up or take the ticket, but more of a protection to the officer. If somebody wants to play beach lawyer, would you benefit from that, or you already have that? Like the officers already say, it's my call.
Ms. Banting.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Morales. Wording such as that is not necessarily required from a legal perspective. Any regulation, bylaws included, are designed for to be worded in a way that the reasonable person would understand that regulation. So I think the officer's explanation on site during the activity will be able to clarify that. If someone still wants to argue it, they have that ability before the courts if a charge is actually laid.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Banting. Any further comment on this item? It's just one thing I wanted to raise as we pass this as amended, and I appreciate the amendments. I think, one of the challenges you've got with public space, I often think of our parks as backyards for people who don't have a backyard. And, a lot of our residents who enjoy our waterfront parks, and they are the Barrie residents, will, just as I think Councillor Riepma, maybe Councillor, I've forgotten, members of council indicated tonight, there'll be a family and they use the public space, the public park as a family. And for a number of cultures, the barbecue is one of the centerpieces of a family day at the park or at the beach. And as more people from those parts of the world, I think especially of Korean families, Indian families, Latin families, move to our part, move to Barrie, this is more part of their tradition in many ways than for some other cultures. And I think having a designated spot in the waterfront parks is exactly the right way to go about this, because the safety concern is real. I've seen the impact at both Tyndall and Centennial, and it is just a matter of time before we have a garbage fire or something else that is a real problem. But I would want us to continue to allow the activity even at the waterfront. I think it's an important part of the day out for many of our own residents, especially those who don't have the ability to have a barbecue in their backyard. So I'm glad that staff brought us this with a ban that reflects the safety concern, but a solution that allows the activity to continue safely. So with that, I'll call the question on the motion as amended twice. All those in favor, please indicate. Any opposed? None? That carries. Okay, thank you, members of General Committee. I think that brings us to the year-end budget and business plan year-end report. Councillor Aylwin, you held that.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'll put that on the floor as printed, and I don't have anything to say at this time, so I'll pass it over to you.
Okay, I do have an amendment. I don't know if members of General Committee have questions about this report in general, or whether you'd prefer I just proceed with the amendment. Are there questions on the report for staff at all? Okay, not seeing any, then I'll ask Deputy Mayor Ward to take the chair so I can introduce an amendment.
Okay. Mayor Lehman.
Thank you. Okay, so this will be to firstly add a new paragraph 13. And it will have a number of subparagraphs as follows. That a new grant program be created to support small businesses in Barrie affected by COVID-related restrictions in 2021. B, that grants be equivalent to 25% of property taxes paid to the City of Barrie in 2020, up to a total of $5,000 per business. C, that the following eligibility criteria must be met. The business is owned by individuals resident in Ontario and conducting business primarily in Ontario, and not a corporate outlet, branch, or store, but maybe a franchise. The business is conducting business as of March 1st, 2001, in one of the following categories: personal service, fitness or recreational establishment, restaurant or food service, retail store, arts, culture, and recreational organization. The business has 20 employees or less, except in the case of restaurants and food service establishments. The business must provide proof of payment to property tax to the City of Barrie in 2020, and the business must attest to a loss of revenue as a consequence of COVID-19 and or public health restrictions. D, that the following criteria will be used to prioritize applications in the event that there are more applications than funding available. The amount of other government funding support received, that is brackets that have not received or been eligible for other grants, to be prioritized. Second, that the length of time the business was required to be shut down or closed to customers entirely due to public health restrictions from January 1st to March 15th, 2021, with businesses forced to close longer, to be prioritized. Third, financial need as demonstrated by the applicant in terms of a % reduction in revenue at the sole discretion of Invest Barrie staff. Paragraph E, that if the account for the premise for which the business receives a grant is in arrears, the grant will be applied to the arrears. F, that the grant program be administered by staff at Invest Barrie, supported by finance, with funding in the amount of up to $40,000 from the envelope to be allocated for temporary contract staff resources to administer the programs and otherwise assist small businesses with grant applications and recovery initiatives. G, that an amount of $800,000 be committed to the Barrie Small Business Tax Relief Grant Program, funded as follows: $600,000 from the Tax Rate Stabilization Reserve, $200,000 from the Reinvestment Reserve. H, that the surplus allocation to the Tax Rate Stabilization Reserve and Reinvestment Reserve be reduced accordingly. And I, that staff and Invest Barrie report back to General Committee by memorandum on the final program design, promotion, and intake process in April of 2021, and the total of grants awarded together with any challenges experienced with the program in May of 2021, including recommendations for a second round of grants if need exists. Sorry for the really long amendment, members of General Committee. I did circulate it earlier this afternoon, but the detail I think is necessary to allow staff to move forward right away if we want to give clear direction on doing something like this. And if I might speak to it for a moment,
Sure,
Deputy Mayor Ward. Okay, I don't intend to give you a long speech on why we should support small business at this time of the pandemic. Members of General Committee, I think you all are very aware of the situation faced by many in the specific sectors that I've mentioned here. The restaurant sector, I think the story is well understood, but personal services, fitness recreational establishments, arts, culture, and recreational organizations may have not been as prominent in some of the media stories about the impacts on small business, but I can tell you the impacts are every bit as real. You know, I think the 2 points I want to make in the overall about why we should do this program, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions on some of the details that I've worked out with staff here. But, you know, when I saw the staff report on the year-end situation, it's quite apparent two very important things. One is that because of the way our executive management team, led by Mr. Prowse, have managed the costs of the organization through 2020, the fiscal performance of the city is very, very good. We have a substantial surplus. And the second piece of that is the support that's been provided by the federal and provincial governments for COVID-related costs. I think our executive management team made very difficult decisions during 2020 to reduce services and reduce staffing because there was no certainty. And you may well remember how many months it took to get the federal and provincial governments to commit to support. But the fact that some of those COVID costs have been covered is documented in this staff report. And the fact that our staff went further to reduce the cost of the organization and offset the anticipated revenue losses puts us in a position today where we can give back. And we can give back to the businesses that have, to my mind, suffered the most with the most minimal amount of support from their own organizations. Now, the Ontario government has done tremendous work on small business support since Christmas. The Ontario Small Business Support Grant's been very successful. It was just doubled in the budget last week. They are introducing a new program. There have been some gaps, and I know many members of council are aware of some of the businesses that have been unable to access that funding because of the specific criteria around it. This may help some of them. But to be frank, I have only praise for that grant program from Ontario. I do think that though the $10,000 and this would be capped at $5,000. These are not going to be enough for some businesses, but for small businesses, especially at this point in the pandemic, it really could be the difference. And we have heard from so many, especially when the emergency break went on a month ago, that said, look, I've made it this far, I've made it through a year of this, but I'm not going to make it through 3 more months. So because of the good management of tax dollars in 2020, we are now in a position to be able to do something like this. You know, I'd be happy to answer any questions about how we came up with the numbers and the specific sectors and so forth that are targeted. But my intent, and this is the other general thing I wanted to say, is staff urged me in looking at this on Friday and Saturday. They urged me to keep it as simple as possible administratively. And I did, I had other aspects of this in mind that probably made it more complex than it needed to be. Some of what you're seeing here is reflective of our staff saying, if you want us to do this quickly, you need to make it simple. It could be made even simpler, but I would suggest to you that what I've attempted to design here is something that targets specifically small businesses, not corporate stores, that targets the sectors that have been hardest hit, and hopefully will provide a little bit of relief for our small business community if we're able to do it. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I saw Councillor Elwin and Councillor McCann. I think there were other ones too, but I didn't get them written down. So put your signs up again. Okay, great. We'll start with Councillor Elwin.
Deputy Mayor Ward, Councillor Sergio Morales actually had his hand up first. Just, I mean, I had respect of everybody. So
Okay, sure. Councillor Morales, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Question for Mayor Lehman. Mayor Lehman, you said there was a part of the language where you said attest. Yeah, I feel like that was purposeful. Was it generic in language to give flexibility to maybe new businesses that don't have a couple of books from 2019 per se, who may be started in January in 2020 or things of that nature? I'm even getting some live feedback as you were reading your discussion that there is apparently over 20 new businesses in downtown Barrie that might kind of fall through the cracks. But I did pick up on that generic word, so I feel like there was probably an Easter egg there. So could you clarify?
Mayor Lehman?
Thanks for that. Yeah. Yeah, the language was specific. So attest to a loss of revenue can simply mean you're a new business and you couldn't get started when you expected to be able to. Any revenue that was foreseen and not achieved or experienced in terms of the public health restrictions and COVID-19, it is intentionally very broad. Also, the wording of attest means you got to sign something saying it happened. I do not want to put our staff through an attempt to try and look at people's finances, nor do I intend to ask our small businesses to submit their books. We will have to accept that piece of it. I think the reality here is all of these sectors, if you look at them, you're not going to find too many small businesses in any of these sectors that didn't have an effect, a substantial effect. You might have had the occasional one that managed to get through with minimal damage, but look, we're talking about restaurants, barber shops, gyms, all the stuff that was closed completely. So yeah, Councillor Morales, thank you for picking up on that. It was deliberately, it's not vague, but it is simple. And there is a degree of accepting the attestation of the business owner.
I appreciate it, Mayor Lehman. I think that's going to be good to hear. And I know the Downtown Bay will be happy with that. And I guess this is also a question. I know your goal is to provide that money for businesses. So I know we've already had recovery staff reports that we've accepted, we've adopted in the past, and we're probably going to have that more forward. So I don't want to make your motion an omnibus bill, so I don't want to start adding stuff to it. But there's one portion that you said where if they do qualify for the grant and they're in negative arrears, I assume you mean property owners that their taxes are in arrears, that the credit be applied to and then the surplus be cashed out. Would you extend as your motion, maybe to take it as a friendly, that anybody in arrears for commercial property or where business is conducted, not that we waive it, but that we maybe the interest penalty or any fees associated with not paying it on time be waived for the duration, as long as the arrears occurred between April 2020 and I don't know a number, maybe December 2021 for now. Essentially saying that even if they don't qualify for up to $5,000, and we're talking very small fees, we're talking literally, interest rates, procedural fees that I hear a lot of people saying, hey, waive the patio fees, waive the business licensing for now, do what you can. While insignificant, I don't want to hijack your motion, but the spirit of your motion addresses that. So I don't want to make it an omnibus bill, but I'll kind of just, I guess, ask you the question, what do you feel comfortable with and what should we wait for staff reports down the line?
So are you, just so I understand, Councillor Morales, you're suggesting that we should waive penalties and interest for these businesses, the ones that would fit this criteria, or were you thinking more broadly?
I was thinking more these businesses, or even if businesses didn't meet this criteria, didn't qualify to the criteria or the opinion of ECDEV, our Invest Barrie department. So it could be more broad, which is why I'm struggling right now. This just maybe this is for later, or this could be a part of your.
Well, yeah, here's what I'd suggest, Councillor Morales, if it's okay with you. I think there's a legit question around, for sure, around increase in arrears and whether or not, I think the data that we got last fall would suggest that arrears did not grow by anywhere near as much as we expected. That's not to say that there aren't, for example, businesses out there that chose to go into arrears because they really had no other choice. They had zero revenue or otherwise, and they're hoping that we and utility companies and others are going to be continue to be understanding. So maybe we could, what I'd suggest, Councillor Morales, I'm not sure I would try and put it into a program like this. It might be an appropriate step, though, for council. And what we could do is speak to the treasurer after the meeting and bring something forward as an amendment to the staff report at council next week, if we think it's appropriate. But maybe we'll just ask the question right now, because I know Mr. Miller's listening. Where are we with commercial and industrial arrears? Are they significantly higher than pre-COVID?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, your question. I don't have the direct numbers in front of me, but no. But what I would caution you on, if you remember last year, we collect taxes for the school board, and we're provincially mandated as to when we have to pay the school boards. So I believe it's, I think we have a payment in March and June. If you recall last year, the province actually changed the timelines as when we had to pay the province, the school boards, the money. So they actually deferred it, a lot of it, towards the end of the year last year, which then it took a cash flow pressure off municipalities to say, okay, well, there's a bit of heat off it. What we did see last year when we waived the fees, a lot of businesses didn't pay because there was no charge, there was no incentive. And if we go that route and the province still requires us to pay the school board taxes on top of our old commitments, then you're getting into a cash flow crunch. So I would caution arbitrarily waiving all late fees for that reason, unless there's some kind of provincial change for this year like they did last year.
Councillor Morales, any other comments or questions?
No, I got good feedback from Mayor Lehman. We'll have a discussion between now and council regarding that, maybe patio fees, maybe business licenses, and we'll do it there, not try to do it on the floor now. So I'll be supporting Mayor Lehman's amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward, and thank you, Mayor Lehman, for bringing this forward. I think this is great. I do have one major concern and question, and maybe there's a simple answer, but businesses that are leasing the space, how do we plan on working through that? Is the landlord going to apply and then pass that on to the business, as was done with the rent subsidy through the federal government? How do we plan on making that work?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And sorry, please indulge me, General Committee. I forgot to say something hugely important when I introduced this, which is that Councillor Gary Harvey and I have been talking about this issue for several months. And I did want to mention and make clear that he's had an interest in this from the very beginning. And we've had a number of conversations. This is only a step in the process. This is a one-off related to tonight's surplus report. But the issue which he has raised a number of times of support for small businesses will continue in terms of the small business tax class proposal from the province. But I should have mentioned that when I introduced this, that I really do want to credit Councillor Harvey with having an interest in doing this some months ago as well. To your specific question, Councillor Owen, yes, the landlords would be able to provide the proof of the tax bill, but the business has to have paid it. This is not designed for landlords. So with great respect to a number of commercial landlords out there who are excellent Barrie businesses, the specific intent here is for the tenants themselves. Most of them pay that as a flow through on their rent, and it is identified. If they can't document it themselves, I would hope that our landlords would help and assist.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McCann and Councillor Natalie Harris, you're next.
I'm probably going to be a long time here, Deputy Mayor Ward. So maybe it may be better that Councillor Natalie Harris go first.
Okay, Councillor Natalie Harris.
Actually, thank you through you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I'm good.
That was very quick. Okay, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward, and through to Mayor Lehman. This is fantastic that we're thinking about small businesses, and we're trying to help the small businesses. And I'm just learning about this obviously 3 minutes ago, so I'm trying to process this very quickly and understand. But more alarm bells come off than actual success bells come off here. So maybe I can just get some clarity into maybe reverse engineer this project so I can better understand it. And maybe I'll just ask the question, and whether you or Mr. Miller could answer. But you're looking at, and just you read it once really quickly. I didn't have a chance to see the email. So you're looking at a max of $800,000. So I'm just going to rip off a bunch of questions, Mayor Lehman, if you could maybe answer it, if I'm clarifying.
So yeah,
go ahead.
The total funding, the total funding envelope available for grants would be $800,000.
Okay, $800,000. And when you were coming up with this number, how many businesses did you believe that would qualify for this?
Best guess would be between 200 and 300.
Okay, that's not the number I was thinking about. So could you maybe give a little clarification on why you think that only 200 or 300 businesses would qualify for this?
Oh, sorry, qualify, Councillor McCann? No, I'm sorry. The number that would qualify, not known. The specific criteria that are outlined here. I thought you were wondering about the $800,000. How many did I expect would be able to receive a grant? I expect 200 to 300 businesses would receive a grant because of the cap at 5,000. In terms of how many in Barrie might fit these criteria, there really isn't any way to know. Our previous programs with COVID last year, we did not get the degree of take-up that we thought we might get. I hope this is fully subscribed because I believe there are at least that many businesses that could use the help. But it remains to be seen.
Okay, I'm gonna need a little more clarification on that, Mayor Lehman. So maybe Stephanie Schlichter would be better to answer this question. We must have some type of schematics on how many small businesses that we have. I'm guessing that you're only including small businesses, not medium-sized businesses. And the definition between a small business and a medium-sized businesses is a gross income of $5 million. So if you can get some clarification on that for me. And then maybe I'll just ask a few more questions. Councilor Aylwin talked about, renters. Renters obviously pay the MIT. And I do think that we need to have a little more stronger language if we have a landlord and tenant that is paying the MIT and they're not reserving any type of subsidy from the City of Barrie. And one last clarification I have is, and I've got many more questions, is it only brick and mortar stores that we're talking about? Any virtual stores are we talking about, or businesses? Is it just brick and mortar?
Okay, were those for Mayor Lehman and Ms. Schlichter, or who did you want to answer those? There's a bunch of questions in there.
Well, I should probably start, and then I can hand off to Ms. Schlichter, sure. So in reverse order, you only pay property taxes on bricks and mortar. So it is the requirement to have paid property taxes means it's only bricks and mortar businesses. The definition of small business that we've used here is 20 employees or less, except in the case of restaurants and food services, because I know a number of those may have quite a large part-time workforce. The number of businesses specifically, so it doesn't have anything to do with revenue. It's a number of employees. The number of businesses, the reason why I'm not aware of a way to calculate the number of them is, you could take the number of businesses by the categories I've identified and the size of the business from some of the business directory data that Invest Barrie has. And I think Ms. Schlichter can probably give you how many businesses in Barrie have less than a certain number of employees, but we can't do that within the specific categories without business survey data, and then you would only have the ones You would not know whether that they owned or at least paid property taxes. You would not know whether they were a corporate outlet or were individually owned. That level of cross data makes it impossible to identify whether we're talking about 400 businesses here, 600 businesses, 800 businesses. But I can tell you this much: we heard from hundreds and hundreds a month ago when the emergency brake was pulled, and the concern from small businesses was expressed in the community. And it was primarily these categories I would submit to you, members of the General Committee, that we heard from.
Ms. Schlichter, do you have anything to add?
Through you, Mayor Ward, through to Councillor McCann and Mayor Lehman, we are able to provide some data but it's based on the North American industry classification and doesn't necessarily align with the categories that Mayor Lehman has referenced. I can tell you just off my chart here, there's just about 4,000 businesses from 1 to about 19 employees. But again, that covers all and doesn't get into those subclassifications about type of ownership, type of business. So in that regard, we don't have that level of detailed data.
Well, I appreciate that, Mayor Lehman, and maybe I'll just make some comments. I believe there's closer to 5,000 businesses is the last data that I believe was brought to my attention. So 4,000 or 5,000. So why are we excluding home-based businesses then, I guess is what I'm really trying to say, here, that just because home-based businesses don't have a brick and mortar, they still have employees, they still have expenses, they still are, our Barrie residents. So that's one question that I'd like you to answer, now or next week. The 20 employee.
Can we just take it one at a time, Councillor McCann, before we get too many questions?
Well, I don't really think that I don't think it's fair that I asked Mayor Lehman that question unless he has the answer. I don't mind giving him some time. We have we have 2 weeks to go through this. My only reservation is that I think that my questions are actually going to still quite a few questions, and I think that we need public insight into this. And I think that it'll be a shame that the next time we meet will be in City Council, where we can only speak once. So I'm just trying to set this up for success and not failure. I don't like the number 800. If we're going to do this, it needs to be much more if we're actually going to make an impact. Just doing some real basic math. Well, there's 320 restaurants in Barrie. Like 320 restaurants would give, it's just very little compensation. And I get it, we want to help, and I get we want to help our business community, but if we're going to help, we got to help. like if there's 5,000 businesses, in the city of Barrie, that's $160 a business. If there's 1,000 businesses in Barrie, that's $800 a business. I'm sorry, that's not good enough. That's not going to affect the businesses that have payroll of $5,000 a month, right? So I'm all here to be a team player. I really am, but this just isn't good enough. $800,000 would not have a significant impact, as said by the leader of the motion here. And I'm not trying to be a tough guy. I'm not. I'm just trying to be real and authentic and help our small businesses. And I'm trying not to get emotional to be difficult, Mayor Lehman. I'm just trying to do what's right for our citizens. So let me maybe ask some more questions. You said not corporations, but then you said the franchises for restaurants would be allowed. So I'm just confused on. To me, that's contradicting your motion.
Mayor Lehman?
So I recognize you didn't read the language in advance of the meeting, Councillor McCann, so you're just dealing with it now. The language is corporate outlet, branch, or store, but maybe a franchise. And the difference between a franchise and a corporate store is, a corporate store, a restaurant that is a corporate store, you're going to have 1,000 of them owned by the central corporation. A franchise is has local owners through a franchise license agreement. The experience that I've had over the course of COVID is that a number of the franchisees have been squeezed. They're squeezed by their franchise agreement. Sometimes the corporations are being very supportive of these, others are not. And so I wanted to include the franchisees. However, the corporate outlets, branch or store, and keeping in mind here, we're only dealing with smaller outlets and businesses, with the exception of the restaurants. That is a fair concern. They have access to the wage subsidies. They have access to the larger federal programs. And again, when we heard the great concern in our community a month ago, it was primarily from independent businesses. But I do, especially on the franchise or on the restaurant side, want to include the franchises.
Councillor McCann?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but just doing the math, and like I say, I'm not being difficult, but 320 restaurants divided by $800,000 is $2,500, right? Okay. Sorry, I am just trying to process this at super speed space here. Number F, I had 40K small businesses. You know what? I wrote that down to remind myself of something. Can you refresh what number F is again, please?
Lehman?
Sure, and if maybe the clerk can just send the amendment to Councillor McCann again. F is that the grant program be administered by staff at Invest Barrie, supported by finance, with funding in the amount of up to $40,000 from the envelope to be allocated for temporary contract staff resources to administer the programs and otherwise assist small businesses with grant applications and recovery initiatives.
Councillor McCann?
I'm going to ask if you would do it friendly that we postpone this for to our next general committee meeting. $800,000 is not good enough for me if we're going to walk down this path. I think it would actually cause more frustration with small businesses than actual resolutions to some of their pain points. And if we're going to do this, we just spent $3 million on transitional homes, right? And so for us not to spend at least $3 million on small business, to me is just ridiculous. It really is. So I'm going to put that up and see what you and council think, that maybe we postpone this for what would it be, 3 weeks, back to general committee in the following. And I would like to talk to the business community. I'd like to talk to staff. I'd like more than 3 hours to digest this and to ask questions and to come up maybe with an amendment that actually helps out our small businesses. I'd like to see what other cities are doing. I find it odd we're going down here. I find it odd that we're trying to compensate our small businesses when the province has been mandating all the shutdowns. And I do believe that it's a responsibility of our federal and provincial government to rebound out of this financially, because they're the ones putting the restrictions on. Those are my deep concerns. And the taxpayer that we have in the City of Barrie, we're now asking them to pay for it as a whole. So if we're going to do it, then I would like to do this properly. So I guess I'll throw a friendly that we defer this for to the next general committee meeting, to give myself a chance and other council members a chance to ask the business community and the residents thoughts.
Okay, there is a deferral motion on the floor. It is debatable. Sure, referring it to the next general committee meeting, correct?
Correct, Deputy Mayor Ward. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Lehman, did you want to speak on the deferral motion first?
Sure.
And then I'll go to Councillor Natalie Harris.
Yeah, I would strongly oppose this. Our businesses need the support now. We have the motion and the funding in front of us now. Spent the past 4 days working on the motion, and while I recognize Councillor McCann didn't have a chance to review the email that was sent earlier, I would suggest to members of General Committee that if they do want to work on changes or amendments and are actually interested in improving it, I would be delighted to either have those amendments on the floor now, or to work with you to bring that back for final approval at council in 2 weeks' time. So we have 2 weeks until this will receive final approval at council. But if we delay it now, we're looking at least those 3 weeks of delay, and the businesses do not have that long to wait.
Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward, through you. just supporting what Mayor Lehman just said. I think right now we need to pass this. The businesses need our help right now. And Councillor McCann, if you have some improvements, we have some time coming forward with the next couple weeks. But I'm definitely in favor of this.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Rietma.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I am also not in favor of deferring this. We need to do this now. Our businesses are really hurting, and some of them are going to really need us, this kind of support, and need it very quickly. I think that if we want to make some improvements or changes to it, we have 2 weeks between now and council in order to do that, and I'm sure that the mayor would be open to that. And Councillor McCann, if he feels strongly, there's nothing stopping him from bringing forward another motion in 3 weeks at our next general committee meeting, and he can enhance the program that the mayor's laid out, or suggest a completely different or a new program as well. So I think that we really do need to get on and support our businesses now and not wait.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the mover. Mayor Lehman, I would imagine over the time you were working, the number you've come up with is due to your comfort level of reallocating the other surplus to our reserves because they had been depleted a little bit, and that's how you've come up. I know you've left room for a reevaluation after the money is all gone. So maybe if you could speak to that, and yourself or Councillor Harvey, this is just the start, and this could be something that the provincial government could join into and increase the funding. Am I reading that right?
Lehman?
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Yeah, specifically the very last paragraph of the amendment would allow Invest Barrie to come back and say, you know what, there was greater demand than we had funds. Council should consider putting more money towards it. Those businesses would not receive the funds as timely a manner, which was part of the reason why I wanted the criteria to specify, those who needed it most. But yes, Councillor Thompson, thanks for picking up on that. And Councillor Harvey back at budget time talked about the new Ontario regulation, or at least legislation, that will permit us to create a small business tax category. That's a long-term solution. This is tonight, get the money out the door because the city has managed its finances well, and we have a surplus, and we should give that surplus back to those businesses that are suffering the most. And this was my attempt to do that as quickly as possible. And Councillor Harvey, I don't know if you want to speak to some of the conversations we've had about the longer term solutions, but I totally agree, Councillor Thompson, that this is hopefully just the beginning.
Councillor Harvey, did you have anything you wanted to
add? Just quickly, obviously, yes, this is an interim solution. I'm very happy to see that Mayor Lehman's bringing this forward. I'm not in favor of delaying this and referring it, especially since we do have that last paragraph that's included where this can be reevaluated if it's a greater success than what anybody anticipates. So I just hope that we all move forward and get this done, and let's help our small businesses out.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, anything else?
No, more of a comment. I appreciate
on the deferral motion.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. I forgot it was the deferral.
Councillor Jim Harris, and then Councillor McCann.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Yeah, just quickly, be fast. I want to recognize both Mayor Lehman and Councillor Harvey for their work on this. And yeah, it is a fairly robust amendment, but again, and thank you, Councillor Thompson. I would say thinking the same thing. You've got a paragraph I, which covers, checking it out, a little evaluation, and then the ability to do a second round of grants if needs exist. So I think it covers some of the concerns that Councillor McCann had identified. So I will not be supporting the deferral. I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCann.
Well, I don't need to have a crystal ball to, I guess, retract my referral, or sorry, deferral. So I guess I'll retract that. But
still have the floor.
Pardon me?
Yeah, you still have the floor then. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll retract that. I guess my comments to the mayor and to this council, there's a great quote by Abe Lincoln. And he said if he had an hour to cut a piece of wood, he'd spend 50 of those minutes, of those 60 minutes, measuring. And then the last 10 seconds cutting. This is a huge ask, and it's a lot to process. And I need this to be done right for me to put my name behind this. I will be supporting it tonight to move it along. But most definitely, anybody watching this right now, I'm not asking. I'm really wanting you to reach out to me, and we need to come up with a solution, because I know there's some businesses that are falling through the cracks here, and that's who I want to catch. My phone's just dinging off right now with a bunch of small businesses not happy about this. That's maybe why I'm a little amplified and getting a little more passionate about this. I am a small business owner. I own 4 of them. I employ 48 people. It wasn't fun when I had to let people go. It wasn't fun when I had to lend money out to my employees so they could pay their mortgages. So I am deep in this COVID, big time. And it's been a major struggle this year. So I know that with my diversification, I've been okay, but some people aren't diversified and have really been hit hard. So this is big time real to me. And I just want to leave council with, we approved $3 million to transitional homes at the Vesper location. And right now we're suggesting $800,000 for our small business. That ain't right with me. So just be prepared that I'll be asking for $3 million as a minimum next time we meet at City Council, and I hope you would support that. So I will retract my deferral, and I will be supportive of Mayor Lehman's Councillor Gary Harvey's item of discussion. Bravo.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCann. Now, any other comments? Councillor Thompson, do you have something you wanted to say? And then I'll go to Councillor Harvey.
On the motion or the amendment, sorry.
We're back to the main motion.
Okay, thanks. Through you, Chair. It's more of a comment, and I'll be really quick. I don't want it to get lost in the work of staff preparing things to come to council that we approved, and through this really challenging time for municipal governments, our staff and ourselves have voted on things to allow things to happen that's created this surplus. And I just really hope the provincial government looks at that and doesn't punish us for our fiscal responsibility. And I really hope that people can appreciate our staff and all the work they've done. So that's my comment, and I will be supporting this amendment.
Sorry, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Just a quick question when it comes to the payments. And actually, Councillor Elwin brought it up about probably most of the businesses that are going to qualify for this are going to be in an MIT situation. And I guess my only concern with the funds being turned over opposed to it being an account credit would be exactly that situation where a landlord would suck up that money because potentially the tenant could be in arrears when it comes to the rent situation. And I just don't want the two to get clouded from the rent and the property tax. Again, we don't need to necessarily do something tonight, but just something that I wanted to bring up with staff and Mayor Lehman, and maybe something to be considered prior to us coming to council next week, because that is my one big concern, that we're turning significant funds over to landlords that the tenants may actually never see, and they might be using it to backfill any rent that's owed. I don't know if Ms. Schlichter's in a position to speak to that tonight. If not, I'm good if we leave it alone until next week.
Or Mayor Lehman, do either one of you want to respond?
Well, I would just point out that, when we wrote the criteria, it was specifically to ensure that it was the business that receives the grant. But it's a fair point, Councillor Harvey, and I think one that we've talked around this table about before when it came to the water bills last year when we offered some relief there. So I will take that away and talk to staff about how we ensure that it is in fact the tenant that benefits. But I don't know if Ms. Schlichter wants to add anything.
Ms. Schlichter?
Through you, Mayor Ward, to Mayor Lehman. I don't know that I have anything to add. I think that's something to take away. It is something that was discussed as part of assessing. I see Craig Miller's joined, so maybe Mr. Miller has a little more to add.
Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Ms. Schlichter, through you, Mayor Ward. Generally speaking, the recommendation in terms of trying to get the funds directly in the small businesses' hands, because a lot of them, as you all have noted, they pay leases. But we have a program for charity rebates where non-registered charities rent space, they pay leases, and then they get a 40% rebate where we actually physically cut them a check. So how that process works and why Mayor Lehman kind of wrote it, that this is based on your 2020 taxes because it's paid. For the charity rebate program, the landlord basically lets the charity know how much they've paid. They make an application to the city. We agree, okay, they've paid their taxes, and then they get the rebate. So the context would sort of be similar. 2020, the businesses and their landlords will know what they paid, and they would be able to submit proof to the city that they paid their allocation. It may not work perfectly in every case, but I think it's a good model in that it would allow us to probably turn things over a lot quicker by taking that approach. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Any other comments, Councillor Harvey? Another question?
No, I'm just going to say no follow-up. I'll leave it in the confident hands of Mr. Miller.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Councillor McCann?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And maybe if we could, if I could ask you, Deputy Mayor Ward, sorry about that, if maybe Ms. Schlichter and maybe Craig Miller could send council any of the matrix on small businesses as much as possible. And if they could maybe, I'm not sure if I need to put a motion because it's staff time, but try to make this as clear and as simple as possible.
Sure, and I'm sure they can maybe put it in writing exactly what you're looking for, just to make sure they know. But Mr. Miller?
Through you, Mayor Ward, I think both Ms. Schlichter and the mayor kind of spoke to the difficulty of getting data around to really gauge what are the number of small businesses. We can certainly look to use with impact data. They do some uses of buildings to kind of determine, perhaps to give us a little bit more enlightenment of what's the range we'd be talking about. But I would stress that some of their data is not up to date, but at least it would be a gauge of the quantum that we might be looking at. So we can certainly pull something together to help support council's decision.
Well, maybe I'll just ask a question so I can clearly understand where maybe Mayor Lehman and Mr. and Councillor Harvey are like their vision is with this. Let me just ask you a quick question. And once again, I haven't had a lot of time to process this. We just got this a couple hours ago. If there was a catering business that employed 15 people that worked out of their home, that does $1 million in gross business, profits 20%, let's say, so profits $200,000, and they're showing in 2020 that they made $80,000, so a deficit of 120 net profit, right? That business is not qualified, correct?
Mayor Lehman?
They would qualify if they pay property tax.
So if they paid property tax, they would qualify. Like you're talking residential property tax, not commercial tax.
So yeah, the issue around home-based businesses, Councillor McCann, I did not want to exclude them. I think that one of the challenges that we will run into will be, you know, if it's a you know, single employee business, you know, somebody who's cutting hair from home, who had 1 or 2 chairs, absolutely they're going to qualify. That's a barber shop run out of a home, the same way as a barber shop run out of a little shop on Dunlop Street.
Okay, so I think it does answer my question, but I mean, going back to my catering business, would they qualify? They own a home, they run their business out of their home, they do $1 million in gross sales, they've got 10 plus employees, and they net 200,000, and now they're netting 80,000. So there's a surplus, or sorry, a deficit of 120. They would 100% qualify for up to $5,000, and they only pay residential property tax.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused, Councillor McCann. There's no revenue number in there that is a threshold or anything like that. The only definition for small business that is included in this motion is 20 employees or less, except in the case of restaurants or food service establishments. So it wouldn't matter.
So the answer is yes.
Yes. Yeah. Again,
Okay.
The answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Point of clarity, Chair.
Sure, Councillor Thompson.
A home ran business that runs a business out of their house, and only pay municipal residential tax would qualify for this. So I think that we're trying to help commercial businesses to stay afloat. The people that run home bin businesses live in the home. We have residents who can't pay their property taxes, and we're not helping them. These people, I understand, like, they could have lost their job wherever, but I thought this was to help with bricks and mortar small businesses. Like, if it's just property tax at the residential level, I don't know how they would qualify for this. Maybe just some clarity, please.
Mayor Lehman.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Thompson. That's fair. Again, I would direct you to the specific categories that we've limited this to. I think you're only going to find a handful of businesses that might be home-based out of those specific categories. You might find a few personal services. I don't think fitness or recreational establishment, which is a specific definition that is, just as you say, bricks and mortar, commercial, industrial, restaurant, food service. Councillor McCann's example is legit. I think if we had some of those, but I would submit to you, those are the kinds of businesses that if they employ a number of people and they have been affected by the lockdowns, have been just as affected as those who might cook out of a commercial kitchen. They may have a different or lower cost base, but to be frank, if they're running a business of that scale out of their home, they're in violation of a number of bylaws. So I don't think you're going to find too many of those. As for restaurant, retail store, arts, culture, and recreational organizations, again, I think the number of those is going to be on the fingers of one hand. If I'm wrong, I'd welcome an amendment to tighten that up. Again, my understanding of the nature of these businesses is such that, with the exception of a few people who might deliver a personal service out of a home-based business, I don't think we're going to be seeing a ton of that. If you want to exclude that because it's home-based, I'm open to an amendment on that.
Can we get back? I know other people want to speak, but maybe I'll get back to Councillor McCann because he's still at the floor. That was a point of clarification, but I do want to get back to you. And we can raise that issue later. Councillor McCann?
Yeah, I appreciate through you, Deputy Mayor, through Councillor Robert Thompson. I would hope that this council didn't put any restrictions tonight on the availability for service, because small business is a very complicated system, and you're right. I mean, if people aren't, abiding by bylaws, are they going to be excluded? Most likely they are, because the fear is that there's not enough money to go around. Is really what my big fear is here, and if you if you put a piece of meat in front of a tiger and you don't feed the tiger, that tiger's gonna get really angry. And if small businesses realize that we're helping other small businesses and not helping them who are losing their mortgages or having to let go of employees, like they are going to get vicious. And so that is really, Mayor, I really wish you came to me a little earlier and discussed this. I really do. I mean, and maybe it wouldn't have been so disruptive tonight. And maybe we can build on that relationship together in the future. I know we both love our city, and I just think that we do think ideology a little differently, a lot differently. And my intention not to be complicated, once again, to be right. So, Councillor Thompson, I would prefer you not put any restrictions tonight, because I am, I guess the next question I have, Deputy Mayor Ward, is what kind of communication is the City of Barrie going to have tonight to gather information for the next 2 weeks?
Who's that a question for?
Well, probably Rebecca James Reed, or Stephanie Slichter, or Mr. Miller, or Craig Miller. I don't, all the above.
Okay. Ms. James Reed.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor McCann. Typically, the process that we follow between General Committee and Council is not to be sharing things from a corporate communication perspective. We typically, and it's been our policy, that we wait until Council has ratified a decision. So certainly there can be engagement and that kind of thing, but we wouldn't issue like a media release or anything because, as you know, things can change in that 2-week cycle. So that would be my comment, and I would invite Ms. Schlichter to add anything else in terms of any kind of consultation with the business community.
Ms. Schlichter, do you want to add anything?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Ward, to Councillor McCann, in terms of consultation, I think we'd need a better sense from you in terms of particulars that you would be seeking, and I would suggest then that we would work through our stakeholders to have some conversation, and I think that we could do that.
Yeah, I think that once again that this is an anomaly, right? That we are going down a path that could be cheered on by the whole country. Mayor Lehman and Councillor Thompson, this could be something that other cities will follow, and I hope that's the case. Or this could really set us up for failure, and that's my major concern right now. So maybe my day-to-day is full-time job is not being a counselor, as everyone knows. These are not full-time positions, and so I don't have the depth of knowledge that maybe Rebecca James Reed would have, the mayor would have, or Stephanie Slichter would have. What are some of your recommendations to gather more information so at council in 2 weeks we can clearly have defined matrix and suggestions from our community? I know this is an anomaly. I know we don't do this regularly, but I think this is super important. So maybe through you, Deputy Mayor Ward, maybe to Rebecca James Reed, she can maybe give her opinion.
Okay, but are you looking for information for staff? What staff should know as opposed to what?
No, what I'm asking, Deputy Mayor Ward, and thank you for the clarification, is that we're going to be asking council to approve $800,000 in 2 weeks, or it could be much more. And if we are going to ask for more, I believe that this is a very complicated, extremely complicated vote we're going to have in 2 weeks, because we don't have any of the answers. Like, I mean, to me, as a business case, this is just so risky, right? That I'm concerned that this is going to end up in more frustration than actually success. That's what I believe. So to minimize some of the risk that we would have as a council and we would have as a community, I would like to get some feedback from the business community. Well, I don't have a reach of every business in Barrie, right? But the City of Barrie has a better reach than I do. So through communication channels that we have, whether it's website, whether it's Stephanie Slichter and her, like Stephanie Slichter would be the quarterback here, she would have the best channels to find out what the business community is looking for and what this amendment, what Mayor Lehman's amendment is lacking and how we can better it. Get a report on that before Monday. So therefore this community, this council is better educated.
Okay, I see the city clerk has turned her camera on. So Ms. Cook, do you have a comment?
Yes, just through you, Deputy Mayor Ward, to Councillor McCann. You would need to put an amendment to Mayor Lehman's amendment to ask staff to do a consultation to stakeholders. You can't just direct staff to do that.
That was my question. If I need a, okay. So then maybe I'll get Rebecca James Reed or Stephanie Slichter or Mr. Miller's suggestion or opinions on if you think that's a successful outlet path to go on, or do you think that just councillors and the mayor should maybe just do their own personal investigation coming back on Monday? Deputy Mayor Ward, through Rebecca James Reed, please.
I think if you want to direct staff, as we just heard, if you want to direct staff to do that kind of consultation, it'll have to be part of this motion.
No, I want to ask Rebecca, sorry, Deputy Mayor Ward. I haven't had time to process this or think, so I'm doing this very scrappy and very, impulsively, right? So I don't want to make an impulsive decision because I've only had hours to, we've all only had hours to process this. I would like to have the experts, which are our staff, to maybe give me their opinion, and then from their answers or their opinion, I'll be able to decide if I want to put that item on or that recommendation on.
Mr. Miller?
Through you, Mayor Ward, again, I'd probably just call out the, if you review the motion, I think it would be challenging for Ms. Slichter's team to pull together enough feedback in 2 weeks with Easter weekend coming up. But I would point out that there is a motion, that there is a requirement to come back in May and revisit. And I think there's still opportunities if you wish to amend or continue the program. I would offer that up as a suggestion, and obviously council can direct us to do as they see fit. I do think it'll be hard to turn it around within 2 weeks. I'll defer to Stephanie if she has anything to add on that.
Ms. Schlichter?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Certainly with the Easter long weekend, there would be some challenges in terms of timing, getting it out there, getting the feedback and getting it back to a reporting council.
And I guess the other thing, anything we pass tonight would not be approved for 2 weeks. So we really aren't giving direction to staff. I mean, it's kind of it's no different than any other committee meeting. We're only making recommendations tonight. They haven't been approved yet. They won't be approved for another 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm fully aware. Maybe if I can get Rebecca James Reed's opinion, please.
Ms. James Reed?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Ward, to Councillor McCann. I was going to say the same thing that the clerk said, that you would need to pass a motion for us to do this. And I do think it is complicated because the motion, as Deputy Mayor indicated, would not be ratified until the night that you are dealing with this. So on the 12th of April. Certainly we have lots of tools that we can reach our business community and we can work pretty quickly. I would share the concern of Mr. Miller and Mr. Schlichter, which with respect to businesses that are struggling and whether or not they would have time to complete a survey like this. In terms of your question about whether we would do it corporately or whether a council member would seek input, you will get input. As you said, you're probably already getting input. So I would think that happens as part of your normal process, and you'll be getting input immediately and much quicker than we would get that information out, given the delay to have it ratified on the 12th of April.
Okay, maybe I do have a recommendation, or and I've lost my words now. A recommendation, Deputy Mayor Ward.
An amendment?
Amendment, sorry, yes. That any councillor that feels that they would like to publicly do their survey be supported by city staff, meaning that if we did a Facebook post or we did a survey independently, that it would be shared throughout the city staff's website.
That's James Reed.
I would have some concerns with respect to that suggestion, just given the fact that, again, if you wanted to consult between now and ratification, it wouldn't be ratified until the 12th of April. So I think you might find that frustrating because you wouldn't get what you wanted in the next 2 weeks.
If you don't mind, Mayor, Deputy Mayor Ward, and to all due respect to Rebecca James Reed, I think I would get what I want, because I think this is going to run through wildfires, and I'm looking for information. I'm looking for ideas. I'm looking for people that are smarter than myself to give me ideas, and so I can bring them to council. So it's unofficial. It's just more information, and quite frankly, I don't have the media lines that the mayor has or that the city staff have.
Is that a question for somebody, or is that just a comment?
No, that's a comment to Ms. Reed, and maybe give her a little more insight on more clarity on what I'm thinking.
Councillor McCann, perhaps I wasn't clear, and perhaps the clerk could clarify if I'm incorrect, but my comment was that we would not be doing consultation tomorrow because it wouldn't be ratified by council. So even though you wanted to do a consultation, we wouldn't do that until it was ratified, which would be April 12th. So it might just defeat the purpose of you trying to get information in the next 2 weeks.
Okay. I feel that I'm on an island on my own here, and I will just run with this myself, because I do feel that either I'm not communicating properly or that my idea maybe just doesn't fit the corporate line. So thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward.
Okay, I have Councillor Harvey, Councillor Natalie Harris, and Councillor Morales lined up.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Just a little bit of clarity from staff. Looking at the definition of employee would be somebody that's hired by an employer. I know the waters got a little bit muddy when we were talking about home-based businesses. And I know in my ward, for instance, and I'm sure it's probably right across the city, we have a lot of individually owned home-based businesses, whether it's a single person that's running a single barber chair or salon chair. I know like eyebrow extensions and different things seem to be really popular. I've even got a dental hygienist in my area running a home-based business too. But I don't know that they have anybody that would be deemed an employee. So from the definition that I see of this motion, I don't believe that those businesses would qualify for that. And I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity, because it seemed to get a little bit muddy when we started talking about the home-based businesses.
Is that for Mayor Lehman? And Mayor Lehman, maybe you could clarify, because I guess just if I can comment, I see this as a property tax rebate system. I mean, that's all it is. And in fact, it should only, in my mind, be commercial property taxes, which are much higher than residential taxes. And I wonder if we are muddying the water by getting into home-based businesses.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I'm open to amendments on this. So you're quite right, Deputy Mayor Ward, in that commercial and industrial taxes are much higher. And the majority of businesses that I heard from were those who had commercial or industrial bricks and mortar. However, I did not want to exclude within these specific categories, and I again emphasize the specific categories of home-based businesses. To Councillor Harvey's point, less includes zero. So the wording was intentional that if it was a single barber chair, it would qualify. But you know, I do recognize the concern here from members of General Committee, and I will tell you candidly that while I actually agree with Councillor McCann on that point, on very few of his others, but on that point, that I had intended to leave it broad, because to be frank, we didn't have the take up the previous times that we've offered relief. I think we might get stronger take up tonight, but if it is General Committee's will that we do the first round of business support grants only for those occupying commercial or industrial property, I would be quite open to that. When I first designed this, I was intending to leave it to that, but I did broaden it to include home-based businesses when we narrowed the categories. And that is because I just don't believe there's going to be that many home-based businesses that are going to qualify within these categories. if you wanted to limit it, then I'm quite open to that, and we could add the words commercial or industrial to the criteria that requires proof of payment of property tax.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey, you still have the floor.
I will leave it at that. I just wanted a little bit of clarity because it seemed like we were getting a little muddy there when we were talking about the home-based business piece. But I do like the direction Mayor Lehman's talking about now, that maybe phase one of this approach, that we do worry about the retail bricks and mortar, and then reassess when we get the staff report back in May to let us know about the successes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Natalie Harris, then Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Through you, I think that kind of going on what Councillor Harvey and Councillor Thompson just said, the phased approach might be the best way, no matter what wording we finalize here. But I think it's really important maybe for Councillor McCann to maybe look at this as what the province and the federal government does as well. You have to start somewhere, and time is of the essence, and we can always add afterwards if we come forward and we find that there is funds that we can use. But the 800,000, as far as I'm under the impression, that's the safe surplus that we have to work with right now. So if I'm incorrect, feel free to correct me, Mayor Lehman. But with experience having legislation passed, etc., sometimes when we put so many things into the basket, the people that are really waiting and hoping for help immediately don't see that help for such a long time. So I really highly recommend that we move forward with this as it is now, and talk about it over the next 2 weeks, the way that we do always in behind the scenes and with businesses and our residents. And then if we need to expand, we can later. But this is so important right now.
Thank you. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I commend you on the back and forth on this. This has been a good one, maybe unnecessary, but a good discussion. These will be my comments. I'll be supportive of the amendment, and this is the point that I'll say that I think was maybe missed. The fact that we're having our phones ding, me as well, from business owners, people who don't want to be excluded, people that we don't want to feel like they were neglected, that is even more reason why we should be passing this maybe an hour ago, because it will allow this discussion, the media will cover it. It'll allow this organic discussion to come in. It'll be a much stronger motion in the future. So, and we've already talked about some timelines that businesses can't wait, and April, yada, yada, yada. So that actually, a lot of the points back and forth were even more supportive of passing a well thought, but maybe not perfect plan. So that's why I'll be supporting it. Yeah, let's get feedback. Let's leverage our different networks. Let's leverage the downtown BIA. Councillor McCann, you've proven time and time again that you have access to networks and coverage that some of us don't. And I said at a past meeting, put your money where your mouth is. I'm looking forward to seeing that feedback in a positive way. There we go. I got a smile. And Ms. James Reed, if I don't know if it needs an amendment, but if we could even pump it out in our Access Barrie, in our kind of like This Week in Barrie, whether it be in print, online, a quick little bit email, and that way the more formal channels are used. I know that technically if we pass it tonight, it's not a ratified thing. So I would hope that we could do that without an amendment if it's needed. I would be happy to table one now, and then hopefully it passes in or dies in 60 seconds. Not trying to extend this, but that is my intent. So those were comments, and I guess a question to Ms. James Reed. Could we leverage the city resources Councillor Ken was discussing between now and ratification without an amendment? And if so, if not, what would that amendment look like? And I would want it to pass or die very quickly.
I think she's answered it already, but Ms. James Reed.
Thank you. I would defer to the clerk, but I would suggest that based on all of our past experiences, we would want the ratification by council, because we could communicate something and it could be different in 2 weeks' time, and then we'd have to correct that communication. It would cause confusion for the business owners.
Okay, I get what you're putting down. Deputy Mayor Ward, are we back to the main motion or are we on an amendment? Sorry, I lost you.
Well, we're on the overall amendment. Yes, we're not on the main motion, but we're on the Mayor Lehman's amendment.
Oh, okay. Mayor Lehman, would you take a friendly that Access Barrie be directed to use their typical outreach to gain input on what general committee passed at this meeting with the language? I want to give Access Barrie cover that if we change something, it's not on them, it's on us. This is unusual, but to bring discussion to a close and to capture the concerns, I would feel comfortable. If you don't, I have no.
Councilor Morales, I think they just said they can't do it until it's passed by council, so we can't.
Ms. James Reed, did you say you can't do it, or usually you don't do that because out of concern if something changes? The can't versus we don't usually might be two different things. Sorry if I'm.
Or actually, maybe the city clerk too, but Ms. James Reed.
Yes, you can certainly do whatever you'd like, but I just would like, the suggestion was that it would be better if you did have an amendment to direct us to do that.
So Deputy Mayor Ward, I'm hearing that they just don't usually do it.
They won't be able to take action until 2 weeks from now. That's what she's saying, when it's approved by council.
Ms. James Reed, if we put an amendment now specifically directing you to engage or the Access Barrie resources now, unusual circumstances, could you still do it, even though it's not ratified?
Could I ask the clerk to give her opinion on that?
Ms. Cook. Ms. Cook.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Generally, once it's ratified by council, we would have to wait till it's ratified by council, because any decision made tonight is not final for 2 weeks until it's finalized by council. I would say though that we do communicate through our communications channels decisions that are upcoming, recommendations from general committee that are going to be considered by city council. We have our council highlights and our general committee highlights. So those are kind of communication channels that we use. So we do highlight decisions that are going forward from general committee to council in that fashion.
Okay, I'm going to be blunt. I don't want to live in a world where Access Barrie has the resources that we can make this a better motion, but because the departments, no individual wants to do things properly, they are trigger shy about doing it because things have been done. This is literally the definition of bureaucratic red tape. It's not an individual. I'm just highlighting the process of, in a perfect world, I would like to see an Access Barrie email going out to whatever email list we have, whatever social media, saying, hey, council is considering this. Give us your input. Click this link. I get the fact that our department is very professional and follows process, but I'm just very frustrated. Maybe it's a time of night, but I know what Councillor McCann, what Mayor Lehman, I know what everyone's trying to do. And I also respect the procedures and the fact that they can't do something until it's ratified, but we need that feedback until ratification is the definition of catch-22. That was a comment.
Yeah, just a comment. I don't know, Ms. Cook, do you have a comment, or was that, there wasn't really a question in there?
Oh, I was just, sorry, thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I was just going to say that any feedback, I see CAO press jumping in as well, but I was just going to say any comments, staff are reporting back again in May on this. So there is the opportunity after it's ratified by council in 2 weeks that staff can do this work after council approves it and include it in the report back when the program is evaluated in May.
Thank you. Mr. Proust, do you have a comment?
Deputy Mayor Ward, I wasn't sure if I could provide any clarity, but I thought it might be helpful for members of council. Oftentimes we will do pilot projects. And the item in front of you, if council views it as a pilot as opposed to the end form, it might be helpful. Invariably, things change along the way. And part of this process involves a whole bunch of criteria that some work has gone into, but invariably you're going to get feedback from the end users who say it doesn't quite work that way or work better this way. And that feedback is to be collected and brought back to council. And I think through that process, you will get a better process as your end state. So it might be helpful if you look at this as more of a pilot than the actual end, because this will be an iteration. And I'm sure council will adjust both this program and perhaps future programs based on that feedback. But truly the best way to get that feedback is to have the criteria, have the program, and then test it out and see what works and what doesn't. I thought I would just offer that for council's thought.
Okay. I guess Councilor Morales, you have other comments?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I had initially started my language with Mayor Lehman, would you consider friendly? The discussion did its thing. I guess I'll give it back to the mayor to put a bow on this discussion because he's not next on the speakers list. But was there anything in that discussion, either from staff or myself, Mayor Lehman, that you would like to slightly tweak to yours or not? Yeah, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. I guess what I'm struggling with a little bit, Councilor Morales, is if your comment was in regard to Councilor McCann's, I'm not sure what we're afraid of here. I mean, let's get this started. Let's get this rolling, because I think, you know, as several of you have said, it's time sensitive, and is it going to be perfect? No. I think when we go out and after tonight, I think there will be businesses that say, will I qualify? There will be businesses in categories that aren't in here that will make a case to say they should qualify. I don't pretend to have a monopoly on what's exactly right in designing a program like this, but I wanted to bring it forward and get it going as soon as possible. Because the help is needed right away, and because we're in this unique position. I mean, if we were not in this financial position 2 weeks ago, I would never have recommended this to General Committee, not at 200,000, 800,000, or 8 million. But we're in a position financially to be able to give back, and I think we should, because we know we need it. So I guess, Councilor Morales, you specifically are asking around the feedback, I think, from the business community, and can we you know, in the next 2 weeks, try and get some additional information that might help us tweak this or make it better. I would welcome that. I would welcome it. And but I think the reality that you're hearing from staff is, you know, they can't use their channels until anything's finally blessed by council. So, you know, I think we're going to have to, you know, email your questions to Ms. Schlichter if there are specific concerns that you hear or are brought to you. Dave Hyde from the Small Business Center, her team at Invest Barrie, who've been working with, let's not forget, our staff have been working with small businesses for 12 months, right through the pandemic. They may well already have the answers to some of maybe what you have as a question, or Councillor McCann has. So I'm not sure there's anything I would tweak tonight that I've heard yet. Except to indicate to General Committee, I'm entirely open to it. As I said a minute ago, around if you think it's justified to limit it only to commercial and industrial assessed premises, we could do that. We can tweak the categories. We can tweak amounts. But I think I wanted to get this rolling, and I think, as the CAO just said, we do pilots. This one is time sensitive, so let's approve it tonight. Let's keep it moving. If we want to tweak it in 2 weeks, okay. But I intentionally included in the motion those feedback loops so that as we hear concerns, or if we feel it misses the mark in some way, we can fix it and do a second round.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Lehman. And to one of your comments in there, a great politician a couple of years ago said there's no monopoly on a good idea. So I agree, there's no monopoly on this motion. There we go. Also, I think this exposed, I think I'll leave it alone, but I think this kind of exposes some greater conversations about systemic issues within our policies for staff to leverage them in between ratification. So I think we should really address that moving forward. Again, I respect Access Barrie. They want to do their jobs, and they don't want to be faulted later for, hey, did we, you know, lead residents down the wrong way? So it's not a testament to them. But I do think we should be addressing those kind of checks and balances within policy and staff later. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to Councillor Kungl, I guess we need a motion to extend past 11 o'clock, because I do not think we're going to wrap this up. So it's moved by Councillor Harris. We need a seconder by Councillor Rietma. All in favor? It's carried. Okay. Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward, and I'll be brief, but I did want to speak to this. And I'll start with, what an amazing opportunity to put a spotlight on our achievement around what we've been able to do through staff's proactive work and strategy financially, and actually, table a really creative approach that's got good process built into it. So, I'm confident in this. I did, CEO Prowse did speak to, I think, some of the things I wanted to comment on, which is could be a really great process that elicits a lot of information that I'm assuming other municipalities might be very eager to learn about. What have we done in Barrie? How do we apply this? What were the factors that led us to be in this type of position? And so I do want to thank Mayor Lehman, because over the past couple of months, work has been done behind the scenes with staff, and a lot of pieces put together, like the task forces and areas that really tie to both strategy and opportunity. And so I think this is a really progressive opportunity for our council to be looking at moving ahead in that direction. And I applaud Gary Harvey for continuing to make sure that this is something that got to the table past the budget conversations. And I'm keen to even see how this will inform, I believe, a longer term strategy around small business tax category opportunities. So I want to thank Mayor Lehman for bringing it forward, but also to staff that's been working on this, because I think it's all the levers through, if you read through the motion, have really great process and opportunities for us to kind of revisit this and adapt as we go forward. So you've got my full support.
Thank you, Councillor Kungle. Councillor McCann, and then Councillor Natalie Harris.
Yeah, maybe just if Mayor Lehman or Stephanie Slichter could email myself and council just your matrix behind the 200 or 300 businesses, because I've gotten a little lost now on where you came up with that final number, how you got to it. If you do that, please. Thank you.
Okay, that's just request for information. Sure. I don't feel.
Sorry, but I can answer that very easily. There's no matrix. The grants are up to $5,000. So if every business receiving the grant received the maximum, we would fund 160 businesses. But the businesses receiving the grants will not all receive the maximum. In fact, the majority won't. You will have received in your email about a week ago, I think, maybe 5-6 days ago, Mr. Miller circulated all the commercially and industrial zoned properties in the city. And I analyzed that data to look at how many of them paid $20,000 or less in property tax, just to get a sense of how many of those properties were out there. But needless to say, I mean, if we say that the average grant, for example, might be $4,000, that would be 200 grants of $4,000 for $800,000 total. I think the average grant's probably likely to come in a little bit lower than that, because it's 25% of property tax.
Yeah, I'm just asking, can you send that in an email? Is that something that's too much to ask?
What I just said?
You got it.
Sure, I can email that to you.
Okay, Councillor Natalie Harris.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Oh my gosh, I can't even speak anymore. Just going back to what Councillor Harvey mentioned, that there's businesses out there offering eyebrow extensions. Can we do a friendly that we don't provide this grant to those businesses? Because I don't think it exists, and I don't want to support that. So eyebrow extensions, absolutely. I'm a big fan of good eyebrows. I think everybody knows that, but I'm a hard no on the extensions. Thank you.
Okay. And then when Councillor Harvey introduced that, he said places offering eyebrow extensions, and then he said, and I thought he was going to say, and I've been to them. I was so disappointed when he didn't. So.
New invention, Your Worship. New invention.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I really hate to do this, but I would like to. We just went through an incident where some inappropriate conversation led to something. I found Councillor Morales' comments a little bit offensive towards staff. He has the right, he's the elected official to move an amendment, and saying that a staff member doesn't want to do something and then that's the typical bureaucrat. I definitely, Sergio, Councillor Morales, you have an opportunity to speak, but I think Ms. Reed and Ms. Cook are following our policies. I just found it really inappropriate, and I'd love, for you to maybe clarify or even apologize.
Councilor Morales?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I went very much out of my way in my comments to multiple times say this does not speak to our staff or individual members. This is a systematic process about the leveraging of city resources. I think I probably said it 3 times that it was no individual and that they just want to do their jobs properly and make sure that they are doing their jobs and it doesn't come back later. I think I probably said that twice. Probably went off on a tangent as I do, and then came back and said that let's have a conversation about moving forward on this. The comments about red tape, I think I started it with, I'm going to be blunt. This is why people are frustrated with red tape. And I didn't say a specific member or staff member are going out of their way to do this. My comments about it being a systematic issue speaks to the fact that your average resident will look at this discussion, or if they're watching the meeting, they go, wait a second, they've got email lists, they've got a network, they've got the resources, and they can't use them between now and ratification for, and here's the thing, the answer to the for is to the average person is for reasons. They don't, Ms. Cook enforces the rules of the clerk's office. Ms. James Reed enforces the rules that she is governed by that were created. Everyone is doing their job. My concern and my criticism, or at least my desire to explore that, is that the systemic issues that literally were revealed today, the fact that we all wanted to achieve something, but staff don't have that ability. So my comments are very specific. We can play the tape back. And I very specifically went out of my way to say it was no staff members, no individuals, no mens rea, but a shortfall. And I think most council decisions that we make in the past, this usually doesn't happen because nothing is this time sensitive, and that gap of a week or two usually allows, is not a time sensitive issue. But as the mayor has said, and as many people, we just don't have that time. So we can play the tape back, but for a further clarification, this is not representative of Ms. James Reed, Ms. Cook, any individual or any intent to be bureaucratic, obstructive, or unproductive. This is a very unique situation that has to be addressed in a time-sensitive fashion, hence why I'm supportive of Mayor Lehman's amendment and not characterized as of that.
I appreciate your clarification, Councilor Morales, but you had the ability to eliminate all that concern you had by moving an amendment to direct them to do something. And we've been asked several times in this council to stop and just suggesting that staff do things, that we've been asked to move amendments to direct staff. That's our job. So like I said, I found it a little bit inappropriate, and I know you didn't mean it, but it's now 10 after 11 and staff are, taking our direction, and that's all. So
I know we go back and forth all night. Councilor Morales, can you keep it very brief and we can move on?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Ward, Councilor Thompson, if you will reflect on my comments that are available on YouTube afterwards. I started my entire question with Mayor Lehman, would you take this as a friendly? The discussion got a little bit out of hand and I refocused it back to the mayor and I said, would you like to add, based on the discussion myself and the comments from staff, would you like to consider any friendly amendments or anything changes? And I kind of gave the floor to the mayor for him to be able to piece together all the comments that were made. He gave his comments and then he concluded by saying, so to answer your question, no, I wouldn't at this time like to do that. So I absolutely have the ability to do a friendly myself, but because this is kind of a brainstorming of a unique situation, I handed over that ability for the mayor to do that based on all the comments. He chose not to do it, and I yielded my right to do a friendly amendment because this is a very complicated motion that he worked on, and I afforded him that, and I was very specific, and I said, this is not something I'm going to, I forget the words I said, die on or I'll let go and I'll vote in favor of it. So I stand by the ability to say that we should be leveraging both city resources and because of the procedures, we're not able to. And that's a discussion that we can have about any systemic limitations on that later on. But I concluded it with saying I'm still supporting the amendment. And then hopefully Councillor McCann and anybody else who can leverage feedback, and we can come back in a couple of weeks and get what we wanted on this.
Okay, I'm going to go back if I can. Is there any other comments or questions on the amendment on the floor? And if not, I've got a couple of quick questions and a comment. One is the first one for Mayor Lehman, your first paragraph, that a new grant program be created to smart small businesses in Barrie affected by COVID-related restrictions in 2021. Is there a reason you put 2021 in there as opposed to just saying COVID restrictions?
You could drop the 2021. The specific thought when we first designed this was that we might grant property taxes based on January, February, and March of 2021, rather than 25% of the taxes paid in 2020. But the businesses won't have all paid those taxes yet. So Mr. Miller had suggested it would be administratively easier to do it based on 25% of their 2020 taxes. Anyway, I don't think it matters. But the intention was to create the program to reflect the impacts of COVID restrictions that have occurred since Christmas.
So the in 2021 refers to when the program will be, not when the businesses were hurt.
Correct. You could just take it off, though. I don't think it would affect anything.
Okay, then it's your motion. Can we take it off?
Sure. I mean, if it's clear, yeah, no, that's fine. It's probably clearer to not. If that caused you confusion, Deputy Mayor Ward,
with that?
I'm sure it would cause others. So just delete the words in 2021 from paragraph A.
And second question is for you or for staff, is what we're doing legal under the Municipal Act, and the way we're doing it, is it legal? Just want to make sure we're got our.
Well, I'll let staff answer, but if your concern was about bonusing, that was exactly why we had to create a grant program available to a wide variety of businesses rather than target specific ones or specific properties and give them funding. It needs to be an application process where businesses are able to apply, but staff may be able to give the more detailed answer.
Sure, and we don't have to create a CIP or anything. That's what I want to make sure. So yes, the staff checked it out legally?
Sorry, is that a question for me?
For staff? No, for staff. Just whether anybody's gone through it to make sure it's something we can do legally.
Sorry, Ms. Cook?
Oh my God. I would refer that to Mr. Miller.
Through you, Mayor Lehman. Yes, you can establish a grant under the Municipal Act. It's not a bonusing. It's again, it's open, and it's a grant program, so it is allowed under the Municipal Act.
Okay, thank you. And my comment was, I mean, Councillor Thompson mentioned earlier, and I have a problem with it if it's going to home-based businesses. I know they're businesses, but I think in the matter of fairness, if there's somebody that's got a restaurant downtown paying $25,000 a year in taxes, they're going home to their home in Barrie and paying $6,000 on their home, and they're going to think that person that's running a business out of their home and not paying commercial taxes is getting money back. And I just think the money should be going to those people that are, I see it as a property tax rebate in many ways, and it should be going to the people that are paying commercial taxes. So I'm actually hoping somebody would put an amendment on the floor, because I think it shouldn't, at least in this first phase, should not be offered to home-based businesses. I think they're completely different. They're paying taxes on a place where they're living. They're not paying any extra taxes because of their business. So that's my comment. Yep, Mayor Lehman.
Well, I would welcome the amendment. I can tell you that's how I'd originally designed this, but felt for some of the reasons I think expressed by a few members of council that I could probably safely extend it to home-based businesses in these particular sectors. You have a very good point, Deputy Mayor Ward, and it was actually the point that I was concerned about. I mean, a grant equivalent to 25% of residential property taxes, we're probably talking about $1,500, $2,000, something in that area. Probably not going to impact as many jobs or the financial viability of a small business that has bricks and mortar costs of $20,000 a year. So if you wanted to limit I am totally open to this. If you want to limit the pilot to commercial or industrial taxes paid, and we can look at it in a second round or through other supports, home-based businesses. You know, I do take Councillor Thompson's point, you know, whether or not you've got a home-based business or not, it's a residence and you're paying taxes on it. So I could go either way on it. My suggestion would be if there's a member of council that wants to move that change, simply add the words commercial or industrial before the words property taxes in paragraph B.
I guess I'll ask, is anybody interested in moving it? Councillor Jim Harris?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I am happy to move that, as noted, that it be commercial, industrial, property taxes, add it to B.
Okay. The amendments on the floor, comments and questions. Councillor McCann and Councillor Kungl.
I would just strongly oppose this amendment. This has not been clear from the beginning, and now we're putting a level that is just going to frustrate and irritate small businesses in Barrie. And I'm not saying that 2 weeks from now, Councillor Jim Harris, that I wouldn't agree with you, right? But I need to know, you know, how far the well can go. Is 800 the max, or is there more funds there? I need to know what the business community is thinking. I need to talk to definitely Craig Miller and Stephanie Slichter, and just get the flow and the feel and the vibrancy of the community and what they're looking for. So I would, I think Mayor Lehman said he wanted to make this less complicated. I think that right now, this would have been good if it was brought up in the beginning, but now that we've had, I don't know, an hour and a half discussion about this, I know my phone's got 30, 40 text messages from various businesses that are watching. I think there's that many people that watch council. You know, this would open up a can of bad worms, and we laid in our bed and we're here now. And I think that we're past the point of no return. And I think that we need to make this decision in 2 weeks, Councillor Harris. So I will not be supporting your amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kungl, and then Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you. I'm not necessarily opposed to this amendment. I think there's been good discussion around it. Thank you for putting it on the table, Councillor Harris. But I did want to add, though, I saw phase one as being inclusive of home-based businesses, as having the potential to kind of get some feedback through the process and identify, you know, how many responded, is there a need, what's the benefit? So if we do remove it through phase one, I'm wondering if there's any other aspect of this motion where we could build in and ask for staff, and maybe we can build it into an amendment when it comes back. But I wanted to understand how we could still gain line of sight into how this type of funding could be utilized by small businesses. So maybe it's an engagement approach that's added on if felt to be appropriate. So I'll note that maybe for staff and to streamline some of the commentary, but I would love to make sure that there's a process by which we could appreciate if this could have helped home businesses and to what degree, and that could at least inform if we come back to the table and say there's a phase two, there might be more money, we craft this differently or scope it differently, having some information to either identify what if we would still exclude them or include them. But I'm happy to support the motion and move this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Natalie Harris.
Sorry, through Deputy Mayor Ward, I think Councillor Harris wanted to respond, maybe? Is that okay?
Councillor Jim Harris, I thought I was going to let him speak after you. I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
Were you responding? Did you just want to speak, or did you want to respond to something that was said, Councillor Jim Harris?
I'm happy to wait for after Councillor Natalie Harris. Thank you, Natalie.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm fine with this amendment, and maybe we can make this phase one, and then giving the time in between, we can move into phase two, which will give us some more time to figure out how to incorporate the home businesses. But if it's going to at least make this more clear for which businesses can even apply, I'm supportive of it, but to not rule out, obviously, that home businesses can come forward later when we review this again.
Thank you. Councillor Jim Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I'll try to be brief. I think the comments are, they're all valid, but I just want to draw the point that, I think it's most people could really make the differentiation between a commercial industrial business cost versus a home business cost. I think it's pretty easy for people to get their head around as far as one delineation. Okay, they have all these other costs. And there's been mentioned by others, yourself, including Councilor Thompson, and they also have a place to live. Whether it's Barrie or not, who knows where they live. Nonetheless, they live and they have to pay property taxes somewhere to keep the roof over their head. So I think that's a pretty easy first bar for a first program. I think also if we keep focusing on I, it also covers the idea that this might actually be more money we invest in the first, because Mayor Lehman's also already incorporated the possibility of the program being extended and to learn from the first iteration of it. So he's built that in. I think we're trying to already re-engineer the second wave when we haven't experienced the first wave of this program. So let's get the first wave out. I like the idea of commercial industrial being the first bar. And then we learn and then we adapt, which is what has been built in by the mayor. So I think that is there. I think, and so let's not reimagine how the second step is going to be, because we haven't learned from the first step yet. It also say if any benefit will have, there's only so much money and there's not always going to be enough to go around. And if you make it universal, it'll be so small, it won't be significant. So it's not going to be universal for all the businesses because it won't make a difference. So for those who need it, who qualify, it will be enough, hopefully, to make a difference. So I think we've got it here. I think we're not perfect, but we're close. And we're going to learn from it and then apply it, and we can extend it to other businesses if we've learned from the first one. So I really hope that we're able to move this forward. And I thank you for the support of the amendment to commercial industrial, and hopefully we can move forward. So thank you.
Councillor McCann. Councillor McCann.
I have got a real deep concern about what we discussed right now. An hour ago, we talked about the sense of urgency, how we can't wait. Right. So now we're saying that our commercial and industrial businesses are more important than our small businesses. That's what we're saying right now. I know it's not what we mean, but that's my impression that we're getting right now. So I would like to make a friendly to you, Councillor Harris, that maybe is coming together in the middle. And that maybe is to include all businesses, raise the $800,000 to $1 million, with the criteria that small businesses can only qualify for $1,000 right now. That at least keeps the small businesses in the game. And then in 2 weeks, we can really get a sense, because I would hate to leave this meeting tonight, watch the news tomorrow morning, and the big headline be that City Council wants to wait for our small business when they are the thoroughbred behind the economics of Canada. So that's my belief. If you're shaking your head, so I'm guessing that you're not interested in that. But I mean, I'd like you to, through you, Deputy Mayor Ward, comment on that. It's not where I want to land next in 2 weeks for sure, but at least it keeps in the game. It minimizes the risk by their capping at $1,000. We're increasing the benefit by $200,000, so that at least gives 200 extra businesses the chance to, or the hope that we're going to help them. So, Mayor
Okay.
Ward,
If you're putting on an amendment, that's not a friendly to what was on the floor. But if you want to put on that amendment, you can. But I wouldn't say that's related to the motion that Councillor Jim Harris put on the floor. So it's not a friendly. It's because you're raising the amount and you're putting a limit on how much we're giving, which is just nothing to do with the motion that he put on.
Well, Deputy Mayor Ward,
It's not a friendly. You can put an amendment on if you want.
You've got many more years experience than I do, but it's 11:30 at night, right? I'm asking if you take a friendly. If he agrees to take this friendly, you're gonna not allow it?
I don't think it's not related to the amendment his amendment that's on the floor. It's not adjusting words. It's actually adjusting the amount we're putting in the program, which is in my mind a major change to the program.
Is this your opinion, or is this procedure?
Well, it's my opinion, but
well,
yes.
So do you have the? Is it? Correct me, but who has the authority here? Do you have the end authority?
As chair, I do have the authority. Okay. I can ask the clerk. I can ask the city clerk for clarification on it, but it doesn't seem to me a minor amendment to what he's saying. It's actually changing the motion on the floor.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor Ward, you are the chair in this procedure, and according to our procedure bylaws, you have the final ruling. If you want to get clarification on your opinion from staff, that's fine, but you are the chair in this point in time. And I'm saying this for everybody's benefit. I'm not picking on anyone or the friendly. I'm just saying it is 11:30 and the chair has the autonomy to make that ruling, whoever the chair is.
So yeah, and my ruling is that it's not a friendly, it can't be considered a friendly amendment.
Okay, I'll accept that then, obviously.
I'm trying to think if anybody else wanted to speak on this. Was that it? If so, I'll call a vote on the amendment. And does anybody need the amendment? Everybody knows what we're voting on. The amendment is to limit it to commercial and industrial taxpayers. Okay, all in favor? Against? It's carried. Back to the original amendment that Mayor Lehman put on the floor. Mayor Lehman, do you have a comment?
Yep. I think the discussion tonight, I would be concerned that if we went forward after that discussion, that there would be no recognition of the trials faced by home-based businesses. So here's the problem, right? So this is a property tax rebate, essentially, through a grant program that is designed to support our restaurants and our small businesses. And I really object to any characterization that it's anything other than a small business support program. All of the criteria that 10 members of council here, all but one, are supporting are designed to reflect small businesses. So whether that small business is in a little industrial unit, a little shop, a plaza, or a little office, they are a small business, and that is what council is supporting. There should be no question around that because of the tax classifications. However, I do think it's worth our staff looking at whether it's possible for us to support home-based businesses. And so I would suggest right now, I'm going to add a paragraph J, and I would request that this is an amendment to my own amendment, Deputy Mayor Ward. Paragraph J, that staff investigate the creation of a financial support program for home-based businesses and report back to General Committee.
Okay, everybody's heard. I think we've already spoken to it. Anybody have any comments on that? There, Councillor McCann.
Yep. Yep. Just a quick question. Is there a timeline getting that information back?
Mayor Lehman?
I'd be happy to add one if Councillor McCann would like one.
Yes, please. In next, when's the earliest we can get that back? In 2 weeks?
Well, that's really a question for Invest Barrie staff. I would volunteer that I think we could work on this. We could support our staff in this by providing them our own input. And I would expect Councillor McCann, you would have some, as would other members of council. Ms. Schlichter, I guess that's more of a question for you, really.
Ms. Schlichter?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward, through you to Mayor Lehman. We could certainly look at the next cycle. The time frame is relatively tight, but we could certainly put something together.
So that would be General Committee. You know, I hate to put this on staff. To tell you the truth, Councillor McCann, I'm a little concerned that you know, if we're going to ask them to go out and support our small businesses and create this new program, we're already tasking them with quite a lot. So, you know, I understand though the time sensitivity of it. But I hesitate actually to, you know, try and direct staff to, you know, report or write another report in the next 3 weeks, a separate report on the program. So I'm going to amend that and actually say report back by memo on the potential for a support program for home-based businesses. And I'm going to ask for that in 2 weeks time, sorry, 3 weeks time, which is the next cycle, as Ms. Schlichter says. But I don't want to, if they're tasked with writing a staff report, that's a lot of additional work, and the time frame involved for them would be very, very difficult. So I think if they provide the memo, at the same time, there would be the opportunity for us to act on that quickly. And in the meantime, I'm going to be thinking about this one as well, because I think, the home-based businesses that I have heard from, it's quite a different sort of financial story. I mean, the bricks and mortar piece isn't the killer for them. It's the loss of revenue. And I'm sure they would appreciate help, whether it was with property taxes or with lost revenue or with any other costs. But I think for that particular category, I think we do need to do some listening and would design something a little bit different. So that'd be my amendment, members of General Committee. Staff and Invest Barrie report back by memo on the potential for a support program for home-based businesses at the General Committee meeting of April the, sorry,
April 19th.
April 19th. Thank you.
Councillor McCann.
Well said, Mayor Lehman. I fully support that. I think it's great, and look forward to the memo, and I look forward to the input. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments before I call the vote? All in favor of this amendment, paragraph J? Okay, it's carried. You have another amendment coming, I know.
Well,
Mayor Lehman.
So if are we on the main amendment now as amended a few times?
Oh yeah, I guess we have to vote on the amendment before we go to your second amendment. So any comments on the overall amendment that was introduced? Okay, all in favor? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think my final word on this would be I would welcome any refining that we get in 2 weeks. And I understand and I thank the members of General Committee who really worked with this tonight. I recognize a number of you had some thoughts on the criterion process, and we can certainly deal with some of those things over the next 2 weeks. But I did not want to leave this Deputy Mayor Ward without recognizing that we are only in the position to offer financial support to our residents, and there are very few municipalities that are in this position because of the good work that's been done to manage public money over the course of 2020. And I really have to recognize our staff and executive management team for doing that. We're only in a position to be able to do these things because of that. And that's the real story behind the main report tonight.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All in favor of the amendment? It's passed, carried unanimously. Okay, Mayor Lehman, your second amendment.
Well, you'll be delighted to know I'm not going to proceed with this now. I circulated it, and I had some good questions back from members of council this afternoon to say, this seems really specific. How many businesses truly require this? And if I'm fully forthcoming with council, I am only aware of 3 or 4 that are in this specific position, but it is my assumption that are more. So what am I talking about? I had considered a second grant program, much smaller dollar amount, targeted at businesses that were under construction for renovations during COVID and had deposit. It's a specific problem for businesses that seem to have fallen through the gap. They fall in a gap because they weren't operating. They were trying to get operating, but they weren't operating at the time that was required for the Ontario grants to be relevant to them. I'm not yet convinced that there's enough of these that we can't find some other targeted support for them. So I'm not going to move this now, but I will give you the heads up that if we're not able to find a solution for them over the next 2 weeks, including, by the way, what you just passed, which I think is relevant for many of them because they've been paying property tax while they've been stalled in construction. So, if they're able to get the grant we just created, we may be able to help them anyway. So I'm going to leave the second amendment for now. My only other comment on the main motion that's on the floor as amended, Deputy Mayor Ward, since I have the floor, is there's a whole lot in this report. The short version for our taxpayers is that some of the one-time steps that we were planning on being required to bring the tax rate down when we did the budget 3 months ago can be repaid because the situation is better than anticipated. And I think that's very good news going forward. I like the staff recommendations. I think they make sense. And I'm also, I didn't want to let the staff report go without noting there's another whole form of economic support in here that nobody's talked about, which is more than $3 million in development charge discounts and exemptions, which go to affordable housing, but also industrial development, because we created those programs. So, you know, I think there's a bunch of stories in this particular report that are probably worth telling, but I really wanted to note the fact that, again, because the fiscal position that the city is in at year end, we're able to fund those development charge discounts. And that, if you cycle the clock back, members of General Committee, at budget time was an unfunded liability that we were staring at and basically saying, well, we're going to hope we can do it out of the surplus at the end of the year. And obviously that's not something that we can count on, but in this situation, we have been able to. So it's good news.
Okay, in that case, I can turn the chair back to you because we've dealt with your amendment.
Okay.
I hate to give it up, but go ahead.
You've done a heck of a job, Deputy Mayor Warden. Thank you. Are there any other comments on the staff report as amended? I believe the motion's on the floor as amended. Councillor Aylwin. Okay, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the motion as amended? Any opposed? None. That carries. And it leaves us 29 minutes to deal with speed limits and a few other items. We will move on now to the items for discussion that were held. Councillor Morales, you held two of them. The first one that you held was with regards to refreshment vehicles at Eastview Park/Arena.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm just pulling this up here. Come on. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I held this item. I will obviously be prudent and let the ward councillor speak to specific reasons about the temporary ban that is being proposed in this item for discussion for Eastview. That said, it just kind of follows for me that slippery slope argument. Again, hopefully I hear the reasons, but you know, we are, whether it's a COVID world, post-COVID world, people need to interact. And I know I've had discussions before with other people that say, you know, isn't it great to be in a world where food trucks or ice cream trucks or other things that add to the enjoyment of our life, especially outside in the few summer months that we get, are allowed to exist while still following business regulations, bylaw, and health units. And I think that also applies to all the wards in Barrie, including Ward 1 in the Eastview location. I get it that residents can have concerns, and I get that emails can be scary sometimes, but I've had similar concerns at Lennox Park in Ward 9, so I will listen to the rationale for the Eastview exclusion, but at the moment, before hearing that or getting more clarification, I would be opposed to an exclusion at Eastview just for the slippery slope arguments of one location, and then if residents are really pushing for another one. I think we should be applying this policy blanket for the city. But again, I do welcome a clarification from Councillor Rietma on this.
So Councillor Morales, just to clarify, the item would permit a food truck at Eastview, not prevent it. So it's not an exclusion, it's actually the other way around.
My apologies, Mayor Lehman. That was a late meeting. I'm trying to check my notes here. I definitely had notes on holding this. My apologies, Councillor Rietma. Literally, oh, my video froze. Oh, that literally is consistent with everything I just said and not the intent of why you were holding it. I guess we can, Councillor Rietma, you can give a clarification as to why you want it to go at Eastview, or we can just let it go through and we can move on with the remaining motions.
Councillor Riepma, you want to give a real quick one, just in the interest of getting to the other two items tonight?
Mr. Mayor, it's a late night, and I appreciate Councillor Morales letting this go ahead, and I would be happy if council would support this minor change. So thank you for basically. I think it was last time we approved that the director could make decisions on these food trucks, and this just kind of specifies that we're looking at one in Eastview, and if it can meet the requirements of the director, then we'll work on putting one in. But of course, it still has to meet all the requirements of the neighborhood and around the businesses around, and as well, it has to meet the all the other requirements in terms of garbage and times that they're going to be there and all those kind of things. So I would ask for your support on that.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, through you to Miss Banting. And maybe I'll say first, I understand why Councillor Riepman has put this forward. I think we're the only two with food trucks in our ward right now. So I'm a little bit concerned about the precedent setting on one location of city property. Then the other vehicle might have an issue and want to go to another city-owned property. But I do know that there was a concern with the church. If this is granted, could this vehicle still go back to the church so it really wouldn't alleviate the concern that you had?
Ms. Cook, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mayor, through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson. Yes, the food truck in question could possibly go back to the church location. This just would give the food truck an additional location to locate, because he still would have, if it's the same food truck, he would still have permission from the property owner, which is the church. And he does have another, and this one in question does have permission to be at 2 locations in the city, not just at the church in question.
With that, and I hope there's not a huge discussion, but I'd like to refer this matter back to staff to report back in a memorandum concerning the issues of risk associated with locating a refreshment truck in city-owned or Eastview parking and arena. And if they could report back before council.
Okay, so the motion would be to refer the item to staff. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Mayor Lehman, and just in a memo to council, but hopefully before council in 2 weeks, just to see the risk and what it potentially could do.
Okay, the challenge with that is if you refer it to staff, it's got to come back to general committee. So if you want to keep it going on the same timeline, I would suggest approving it tonight. And then, if it's a request for information from staff, we get into the same problem we had earlier tonight around.
It's late. I'm good with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would suggest email the clerk around your specific questions, and hopefully she can get you.
I actually spoke, yeah. So.
Okay, Councillor Jim Harris, then Councillor Gary Harvey.
Yeah, just thank you, Marilyn. And maybe through you to Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson, I was supportive of your direction, and I'm thinking, I could be wrong, but I don't believe there's a bevy of activity happening right now at Eastview Park such that the food truck would be overly hurt by the fact this would go to the next general committee. So if it is your interest to have this done properly and come back to general committee, I would be supportive, because I don't think there's ball games and soccer games and tennis matches happening right now. So I think that would be fine to go to next general committee. I think that's quite reasonable. So if that's your will, I would support that.
Through you, Mayor Lehman. I guess he twisted my arm virtually. So, yeah, like I said, it's not that, like I said, Councillor Reitman and myself is right now the only two ward councillors that have had these concerns with food trucks. So I just don't want it to create an unlevel playing field for my resident. So if we could just refer back to staff with a report, that would be great. And if it has to come back to general committee, then
Okay,
so be
then
it.
it's a referral motion to staff that is not debatable. So I will simply call the question. The motion is to refer the item to staff. Those in favor? Opposed? Sorry, can I see opposed again? Please indicate. So Councillor McCann, you're opposed. Sorry, it's late. No, actually, it doesn't matter. Sorry. No, you're for, so it still carries. So that matter is referred to staff. Okay. Sorry, I was thinking it would change the outcome, but it doesn't. Okay, the next item that was held was with regards to the Milligan Pond amenities. It was put on by Councillor Aylwin. It was held by Councillor Morales. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and once again, my apologies, Councillor Reitman. I held this item. My comments on this item are a little bit problematic as how it's printed members of council. And for, again, knowing the time and I'm staring at it, it's very simple. There's lots of different parks, formalized parks with the intent of being parks around the city in different areas, different wards that have for years and some decades either not received the rehabilitation money that they really needed based on demand and usage, because the monies weren't there, whereas there as it could have been. And I know that there's even been parks, both in the north end. I can think of Dunsmore Park didn't get done till a couple of years ago, even though that subdivision was built out over 18 plus years ago, and even in the south end. So what I'm getting by that is I would just personally have a hard time supporting this when parks would require, other parks are requiring those issues in other areas of the city. And then most specifically, so while I'm not supportive of this, I don't know what the Councillor of Ward 2 has considered for his community benefit project, Mayor Lehman. I don't know the wording on the technical, the title, but I would know that, or I might maybe just initiate that discussion, obviously, as we know, or for anybody watching, as part of previous budgets, all of us have essentially a fund that we can do projects in our wards, whatever that may be. Some people have done speed bumps, some people are doing park beautification, some people are doing other initiatives. It's not my role to tell what the local council or any council what to do in their wards, but I would just know that if this doesn't pass tonight, that the councillor would have it within his judgment and his judgment only to use those funds as appropriate for this or anything else. So I won't be supportive of this now, but I just wanted to also point out the reason why and point out possible alternatives for achieving the same outcome.
Okay, so you put the item on the floor as printed, yes, Councillor Morales?
Correct. There are no amendments.
No amendments. Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak to it? Councillor Kungl, then Councillor Thompson.
Sorry, Your Worship. Happy to support it. Happy to support the motion as originally stated. And I'm not sure if staff want to comment on it, but I've gone through the experience of trying to look at whether or not to get specific areas in the ward designated parks, because it does allow for servicing and other formalities that are broader, and even dealing with now a rested 10-year plan for Little Lake. There is quite a long-term application to what could be done when around those amenities. So I think it would be great to see, considering my understanding from involvement with staff on a like issue, is that it could be good to understand what the plan is. So Councillor Elman could bring it back with a staged approach or phased approach to look at what's feasible over short, medium, and long term. So happy to support it and glad to see the focus on Milligan Pond.
Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. Through you to the mover of the motion. I just need a little bit of clarity here. So at the beginning of the pandemic, we had an encampment at the park, and Mayor Lehman moved an emergency order that allowed some time for them so we could look at it in a compassionate way and put some service together and hopefully find them somewhere, a lot better than living around a pond. And then probably 6 months later, I could be a little bit off on the time, you actually moved or tried to move an amendment to amend our bylaws about encampments and people staying in the park. So, and now you're coming forward with to beautify Milligan's Pond. So I was just wondering if indirectly, if you're trying to alleviate the issues that are occurring at Milligan's Pond on an ongoing basis, as we just seen recently, is that the intentions of the motion to basically, more movement in the park, more amenities, more people traveling would probably alleviate the encampments from occurring there? Is that the reasoning behind this?
Councillor Allen.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Thompson. The intention is to take this beautiful area of our city and make it the best possible space we can. It's underutilized right now, and we know that there are issues with discarded needles, garbage. I just spent 3 hours on the weekend there with some people in the community cleaning up, pulling things out of the water, out of the forest, and it's frankly a mess. And I think we could actually solve quite a few issues if we gave this area the love and attention that other parks in our community receive. So I think we can address some of the safety issues if we have, more defined pathways and better access points and signage, and then some of the garbage issues if we had garbage cans with regular pickup, and just creating a more welcoming environment so everyone can enjoy the space.
Through you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you for that answer. I'll listen to what my colleagues have to say.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Riepma, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayor, the motion, I'm going to support it because all it does is it asks for a report from staff to give us some ideas to see what can be done there. I don't think it's committing us to anything. It is city property. We're not talking about whether we're going to have camping there or not have camping there. Just asking for a report. It is close to downtown. We're going to see a lot of growth down there in the next number of years. I think it behooves us to be prepared and do some thinking about this. So I'm supportive of moving forward with it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Riepma. Were there others who wanted to speak? Yes, Councillor Jim Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, similar. Was wondering about, this wasn't just a popular place last year due to the pandemic for people to stay. It's been a popular place for years. So what I'm curious about is, given that this park has probably been used more so by use the term marginalized citizens, have you spoken to them about the plan to change an area where they're probably the most significant user and what they might say about this?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Harrison. I think it's a really important one. I did have a few conversations over the weekend when I was cleaning up with some of the people who live in the pond about the idea, and some were very excited about it. Obviously, I haven't had a chance to talk to every single person who lives there. It's people come and go, so it's not always easy to track everyone down. But people were especially excited about the idea of having garbage cans that they can use so that the mess doesn't pile up, and they would love to be able to see the space be used by families. And I heard from some of the neighbors who live by that people who have been living in the pond are always very respectful, and that it's more the issue of the mess that's the big problem, and that keeps people away. So generally, from the conversation I had over the weekend, there was some support there, but obviously I haven't spoken with everyone. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. Just curious, how would you, now I know it's a report, so maybe I'm ahead of where I need to be, but just it's an interesting thought. It seems like, and maybe a bit of a change from your prior, in my mind, and I'm making assumptions. I apologize for that. Just kind of being, just thinking out loud here around an approach that would seem to be a little different than what I would have expected, but interesting nonetheless. So how would you approach an encampment at a new, more refined and clean and trailed and benched Milligan's Pond? It's through you, Marilyn. I'm sorry. Pardon me for not commenting that. Anyway, thank you.
That's
Councillor.
okay. I was just looking at the image of the pond here, actually, and you start to get a sense of what Councillor Owens and yourself are talking about. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Owen.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Harris. Well, first of all, I think we need to keep our eye on the prize, which is getting everyone safe, secure, dignified housing. I don't think anyone should be in a situation where they are camping outside, living rough. I think everyone deserves a safe, dignified place to call home. So that's number one. We always need to keep that in our sights. But in terms of approaching encampments, we have bylaws that govern that, and our enforcement services do what they do, and we don't direct them. So it's up to them.
Great, thank you. And I couldn't agree more that the best option is to find people housing. We live in Barrie after all, and it gets pretty dicey come October. So I do like that approach to help people find housing, and I think that's the best approach. And certainly respecting our bylaws and such when these things come up, and trying to find permanent solutions for people. So yeah, I do appreciate Councillor Morales' caution around. I happened to be at a park on Saturday with residents who wanted a half-court basketball built, and I asked staff, any money kicking around in play courts, and the answer is no. So I do have that concern that, and Councillor Morales mentioned that there's parks that have been waiting for updated equipment and other amenities and such. So adding one more good cause to the park case is a challenge with limited funds. But so I don't want to be obstructive either, and given that it's information, I barring any real opposition, I think I'm happy to add that to the 120 some items for discussion that are sitting for our staff. Apologies to all staff who are about to get another one. But anyway, so thanks for taking my questions. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I have Councillor Morales and then Councillor Aylwin. Members of the General Committee, I'll just remind you, we require a suspension of our procedural bylaw to meet past midnight, and I would suggest we might not have the best debate and outcome on the speed limit item tonight, debating it after midnight. I will suggest to you, therefore, Councillor Natalie Harris or another member might choose to defer that item by one cycle, and we can pick it up again in 3 weeks when we get to it. We are still on the item that's on the floor, but if I could just encourage Councillor Morales and Aylwin to be very brief. I would like to bring this one to a vote, then we can decide whether we want to continue to deal with the speed limit item tonight or defer it. Councillor Morales, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. You'll appreciate I wrote down my remarks as I was listening to members of council. I'm just going to recap for myself tonight, members of council. Part of the rationale, there was a lot of rationale, but part of the rationale of making Wilkins Beach no longer a beach, was to respect its sensitive eco footprint. And now we're going to take a pond that has, for over the decades, got so much pollution to the fact that the swans no longer live there. I'm not old enough to know that there used to be swans. And now we want to make it a park, though. Like, do we see that logic? As in, like, if we want to almost rehabilitate that pond, clean it up, as Councillor Alwyn has been doing and other people remember it to be, designating it as a park with, like, officially, like, legitimizing it, making it a park where we say, this is a city park, bring your children, bring yourself, legitimizing it. We know there's already people there, is counterintuitive to the rehabilitation of that park. My recommendation is that council vote this down. If there are concerns about the land and cleaning up, that they contact, that we, staff, whoever, contact the conservation authorities, get their input on how to best approach this, from a rehabilitation, needles, I don't know how swamps works, things that we can do before we literally make it a formal, or even ask for information, as Councillor Jim Harris, about making it a park. So that's one point. And then the other point that I'll say here is, I'll just reiterate with a little bit more color to it. We don't have the money as it is to fix up, either fix up or finish unfinished parks already in our cities. We're going to do a really good job at it when we develop the annex lands. But one of Mayor Lehman, one of your campaign videos I remember in 2010 when I was in high school was about undeveloped parks or unfinished. I was watching back then, don't worry, but was undeveloped parks, and you took a walk and you said, in the future, let's make sure we get this right. Right. So it's just, I supported that sentiment then. I support it now. I got to be consistent with Country Club Estates. You know that neighborhood. Dunsmore Park in Ward 1, the one that we just finally rehabilitated, Councillor Jim Harris, in your ward, with a baseball diamond. There are priorities. Let's take care of the ones we have and add to that when we can handle what we have. Otherwise, with all due respect, I get where Councillor Alwyn's coming from. There is a money allocated to community benefit, and I do think a prudent conversation with the appropriate conservation authorities would be wise before we even ask staff to investigate the feasibility of making it a park. It's the proof is in the pudding. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Morales. Councillor Alwyn, real quick.
Yeah, thanks. I haven't actually had a chance to speak on this yet, just to answer questions. So I appreciate the time and council's patience. So addressing a few of the points that were just made, I can tell you from the desk chairs, the paint cans, the mattresses that I pulled out of the water from Milligan's Pond, it's not in great shape right now in terms of the natural area, and I think we have a chance to improve that. And I have confidence in our staff that they wouldn't come back with suggestions that would put the significant wetland at risk. And I think we would respect that and make sure that it's enhanced. That would be my hope, at least. On the issue of other parks in the city, absolutely. However, I would challenge anyone to find an area that's quite as problematic as Milligan's Pond. It's shocking, actually, walking through there, the state of that natural area, and it does need some love. And maybe staff come back with just a few short suggestions, low-cost suggestions for how we can do some improvements in the short term. This is a growing area of the city that this is located in. People in the Brock Park neighborhood have complained about a lack of green space and how the waterfront is taken up by people from around the city and outside the city, and they don't really have much of a space of their own. And I think with all the new developments we're seeing in the area, hip developments, smart centers, there's a case to be built to have some more green space in the area, and I think this is a perfect location for that. So those are my main reasons, and I would really hope that council will support it, because I think we have a lot of good opportunities to create a beautiful space in the heart of our city. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Irwin. Just because we are going to need at least a few more minutes, I do need the procedural motion. So if somebody would move to suspend the procedural bylaw to allow us to meet past midnight. Councillor Kungl, seconded by Councillor Harvey. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? None. That carries. My recommendation about the speed limit motion still stands, by the way, but on the motion that's on the floor, thanks, Councillor Owen. I'm going to support this for 2 reasons. It's an informational item, and notwithstanding, it's fair to say we're loading staff with a lot of these. This one fits also with something that I've been talking about for a while, which is that all the creeks that lead to Kempenfelt Bay are potential green corridors that can be enjoyed by the public. And all you got to do is take a look at Milligan's Pond today and realize that it really could benefit from our attention. So I think it's a good idea to ask our staff what the best way to do that might be, and we can decide whether we want to spend the money and prioritize it when the report comes to City Building Committee. So I'll call the question on the motion that's on the floor. It is on the floor as printed. Those in favor, please indicate. Opposed? 2. That carries. Councillor Natalie Harris, you held the speed limit item.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor Lehman. I agree. We should probably give a little bit more time to debate this with clear and rested minds. So I would like to refer this.
All right, so that we would, I guess, defer it to the next general committee meeting. So that'll be April 19th, Ms. Cook. Okay, so that would be the motion on the floor. It is debatable. Anybody want to debate it? Are we all agreed? I'll call the question. Those in favor of putting that discussion off till an earlier time, 3 weeks from now? Yeah, unanimous. So that's deferred to April 19th. That brings us to inquiries. Deputy Mayor Ward, do you have any inquiries of staff?
No, definitely.
Members of General Committee, any inquiries of staff? I'm sure there are a few diehard watchers who are still out there at 12:01 a.m. Any announcements, Deputy Mayor Ward?
No.
Councillor Owen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just one quick one. This Wednesday, March 31st at 7 p.m., it's the Ward 1 and 2 virtual town hall with yourself, Mayor Lehman, and Councillor Rietma and I. And it's a chance for residents to ask questions, bring up concerns, and they can register through the link found on my website, keenan.ca. Again, that's Wednesday, March 31st at 7 p.m. It's a virtual town hall, and you can go to keenan.ca to find the link to register. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Owen. Any other announcements? Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I will be quick, but in a circulation list today, there was the I Love Barrie contest, but I don't think anybody that entered the contest would still be up. So maybe I'll repeat this next after Easter. Okay, thank you.
Fair enough. Thanks, Councillor McCann. Anyone else with announcements? Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick one for those still watching in Ward 3 that are living in Ward 3 on Hamner. I'm mentioning this because there's a timeline of interest. You should have received or about to receive a letter from the City of Barrie regarding a road diet, which is a change to Hamner around the proposal of putting in bike lanes. Please do look at that piece of mail. There is an opportunity to give comments or concerns, but to get them back to staff on or before April 16th. So please do look at your mail and make sure you're aware of that, and we'll include that in other communications.
Thanks so much, Councillor Kungle. Any other announcements, members of General Committee? Okay, I'm only going to do a few of them that are more time sensitive. I did want to note, we have proclaimed March 31st, 2021 as Transgender Day of Visibility when we come together to recognize transgender individuals in our community. The City of Barrie, I've been asked by staff, please make sure you do not leave this one off. The City of Barrie is completing a review of the Cultural Grants Program to ensure the program best fits community needs and is seeking feedback from the local arts and culture community. Feedback will be collected until April 6th, 2021. For further information or to complete the survey, visit buildingbarrie.ca/cultural grants. We do have some committee vacancies that are available. Please check out the website for that. The only other thing I did want to make sure I noted tonight, there will be no transit service on Good Friday or Easter Sunday. That's Friday, April 2nd, this Friday, Sunday, April 4th. Regular service on Monday, April the 5th. Collection for a garbage, green bin, and recycling will not occur on Friday. That will occur on Saturday, April 3rd, and it will be normal next week. Easter Monday will be regular and going forward. Landfill is closed Friday, open Saturday, closed every Sunday and Monday. City Council will not be meeting on April 5th due to the Easter Monday holiday. We will resume Monday, April 12th. Members of the General Committee, any comments on the circulation lists? March 11th circulation list. Anything from that list? March 22nd. Councilor McCann, I know you mentioned I Love Barrie from tonight's March 29th. Maybe we can, I know we can promote that because that is certainly something we will want to promote as well. Anything else from March 29th though, members of General Committee? Okay, seeing none, that completes General Committee at 12:05 a.m. Thank you for a long night, members of General Committee. We'll see you in 2 weeks.